Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, Foundation Law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the caves, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the crown. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, Foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful. disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties and just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no bitch on me and unproductive. Always cosplay me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style with disgusting is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
This our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. Bye bye little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day. This is our right. See it loud, see us stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace. You can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans say our name. They love our rhythm, but they die blue. Use our voice, we the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that make this nation breathe. Our roots are trees. We know we're up for the grace, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You use our culture like an access card. Backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. These came after what we went through. You abandon your land and call this strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a poo face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on. Can't try it on, built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of, they will understand what the possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab.
Let me check. That's what I talked about earlier. So I said that earlier. I said that just right now. So I wouldn't expect you to really have it, but I sent it. Yeah. Hi, everybody. I was going to make myself laugh in the other room, so I don't get the giggles now. So deal with it. So.
That's really nice. I said that's really nice. You did a really good job.
There's two, Jesse. There's two. So can I explain them? No, it isn't a lie. No, it isn't a lie. Watch the video. There's plenty of video evidence. There's video evidence.
Then we got is Nancy Grace versus Officer Tatum.
Is it?
The Nolan media battle. Some cracker. I don't know. He keep getting the wrong dough. These new photos change everything. Investigation. Then we got Tracestin Shepard breaks his silence inside the Officer Tatum interview.
I tell you, you guys have to open the door for strangers. I'm gonna kill you and do bad things to you because you just open the door for strangers.
Lie. I thought it was man.
Me too. I was hoping.
Europe's wildfire emergency, 300,000 evacuated as heat wave returns. While Black Americans hate the Congressional Blacc Caucus, ICE prepares for ICE raids on Haitian communities as TPS ends. Dump 8 inches, northeast storm could dump 8 inches of rain, flood watches for millions. Trump's FBI wants the AI to predict crimes before they happen. There's a movie about that called Minority Report. Then we got Karmelo Anthony's new team files a new trial. Here's what they're arguing. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News was one of the first, which was started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure you're sub to that. My personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Crewman. That's how we stream all the city council meetings and community events. Like I was at earlier, as Lady Che was alluding to. I was at the 36th annual Brick City reunion at Curtis Park. And then the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years, and I'll be doing tomorrow morning consistently for 10 years. That's where we stream all that at. And then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. You need 3 more subscribers, Lady Che, and you can go live on that channel.
I'll think about it. You know, nobody likes me. You said that, remember? Nobody likes me.
I was wrong. The RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that too. She just did an RBA, 2 days ago, a day ago?
I tried, man. My computer's playing racism, acting racist with me. Because I could go into it, but it's really acting racist with me. I'm like, I'm about to throw this bitch out the house. Like, I'll get into this second. Go ahead, keep it out.
So subscribe to that. I think you're at 90 subscribers. Double check. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel. Janet 1. Val said stop that, Lady Che.
It is. I'm telling you, man, I was watching a whole black movie. I mean, everybody in that bitch except one person was black. That motherfucking movie kept buffering every fucking 2 feet. It was buffering. And then I put on a white ass movie, right? And I was watching a white ass movie. I was like, damn, I got all these actors in it. I was watching the menu, right? That shit was crazy. I was watching this white ass film, and it just all the way through. Not one little skip, not a buffer, not a comment, a glitch in the system. I put on some more black shit because I watch that but black shit over here, right? And it's just every 2 feet, a 90-minute movie turned into 3 hours. How's that possible? And I'm like, man, we ever gonna get to the motherfucker's cause and effect? Never.
Lord. Then we got Shabaka's. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Janet 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. The link is in the description. Then we got our cousin or local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel too, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Kookeezy out the Mile High, out the Bellside, Montbello to be exact. And a link to his channel is in the description. He used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News, and now he's doing the FBA culture reports. So make sure you check him out. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all check him out on YouTube. The link to his channel's in the description. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who was live yesterday and interviewed me last Friday. Make sure y'all check him out. Church of Black Power. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus and actually put Lisa Cabrera on and came up with the We Fought Back series, amongst other series. Make sure y'all check out our brother Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. And we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network, Afro Elite, Out the Shy, our brother Water God TV, Lisa Cabrera, Sister Vicky Dillard, our family Sincere Love to God and Nicety Girl, our brother Beatzilla, our sister ZZ Rants, our sister Brooks, our brother Melrose, and a slew of others, like Great Black Shark. Make sure y'all sub to their channels if you haven't already. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United. He came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to his channel is also in the description. The link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. And the link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And also the FBA threat database, the newly formed, is also in the description. And we got Amaru. And then we got Freeman Reparation Parties merch, also offered by our brother Church, to our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Houston, Texas, or Watts, California originally, and is now in Houston, Texas. He came up with the Freeman Reparations Party merch, so make sure you check that out. Then we got to counsel the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then we got Michael's petition, our Asian ally, his petition for our Congresswoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia, who we met with her staffer earlier this week, to introduce and fully fund an anti-Black hate crimes bill or act right now. And the link to that Move On petition is in the description. Then we got our sister Brooks call to action, our sister Brooks Even Melanin, and her backup channel Brooks, all in the description. Then we got the reparations for the descendants of American Child Slavery Act. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that racist white supremacist Nabisco, Chet the Bussy, Chet the Builder, Dalton Etherly, who's still locked up, thank God. And support our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing a damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. The Change.org petition, make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got the medical examiner in the Nolan Wells case. We got a petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am a candidate here in the state of Colorado for State House of Representatives for House District 8 in the elections in November. And the link to the website that Lady Che has done is in the description. And we got the new flyers up just in time. So we're going to show y'all that after the intro. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, the only racism that exists, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that's politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, producejustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., producejustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which again is the only racism that exists. is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior, scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, passed away exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, preparing for her funeral, along with several others. And the air date of this program is August 1st. It's Black August, Lady Che, 2026.
Right. It's about to get crunk. It's my favorite time of year.
Yeah, and it was hot as hell. It's going to be 104 tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
So those are the topics, and thank you to the new subscribers. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Okay, Lady Che, round of applause. Where's the drum roll at?
All right, hold on. Let me get over there to that section of the world. All right. All right. Let me share the screen. All right, let me just explain real quick. I need 5 minutes on the go. The fuck is that? Where did that come from?
They have sound effects on StreamYards now.
I wouldn't know, man. I don't pay for that shit. I don't think I can't do it. Right. Anyway, I can't do it. I can't do it. Okay. Let's just explain this. I need 5 minutes real fast. Jesse comes in Lego version right now, okay? Because he won't sit his motherfucking ass down and let me do his hair. This is like for the last month and a half, like I've been begging him to sit down. Don't do that, because put the hat back on. Sit down, right? Just sit down, let me finish it. So I can take appropriate every time he runs for office, you gotta update his pictures. He thinks he's still fucking like 29 and shit. You know what I mean? He just thinks he can just put on whatever alleged cuteness he thinks he has right now. That is not happening, okay? I gotta update it, right? So I do all the work on the backside. Why y'all don't see me is because I'm busy working. I'm doing everything that Jesse doesn't do, right? So when I do all the work, I mean I literally do all the work. Is that not true? Yes or no?
I'm outside though.
Is it not true? Am I doing all the work? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm outside though.
Yeah, he's outside. Okay, so let his pretty ass be outside then, right? So you're gonna go over there and be outside, fine. Today he was wearing today he was wearing a vest with his t-shirt. I was not there to supervise him. He looked like a motherfucking roadie from like fucking P-Funk, you know what I mean? Like Parliament fucking Delics. I thought it could have been carrying a speaker or something, you know what I mean? I was like, who dressed you today? But either way, no, I'm just kidding. I do all the work on the backside of the website. I'm the person that'll answer your emails, like if you book an appointment, you want to talk to him or some shit, you'll be talking to me. I'm the one that says the fucking survey's back. It'll be me, right? It's always me, because it takes like 10 people to run one candidate, right? And since I am a serious vetter, meaning if I think you got to be up to my level of standard, right? I think very highly of my work. I think highly of myself. So Jesse comes Lego version right now because he won't sit down and he's too busy showboating and being on the internet to let me fix his hair and clean him up and shit and get ready for these candidate photos, right? Because he has to have every candidate. You see on their website, they got these they got pictures, right? A picture of them, right? So I'm still utilizing some older stuff that I took pictures of him in. Like I think maybe maybe like one election ago or one cycle ago, something like that. Right? And I couldn't do it, man. I need to freshen things up. Like every time we run for office, I gotta do it fresh and clean. It's gotta be like I gotta put my new learned experience to work, right? Yeah. So I work on the backside. So I decided that he was going so every time like that flyer that he constantly has in the back of the thing, I made that, right? He was going outside. I forgot what the fuck we were doing. He had to go to an event. And I threw that shit together. He went and printed it out. And then that became the flyer that he was passing out. Yep. Today became a new flyer, but he did something. Right. See? He did say I was gonna clean his face up a little bit. And like look, man, I love the nappy beard and the motherfucking hair, but he can't go out like that. He needs to look a little bit more tightened up, a little crisp. You know what I mean?
Myself up.
Oh, you did. Oh, you shaved off your beard. Definitely not coming over. I'm definitely not talking to you now, man. Oh God, see, Jesse's in line for divorce. He's like, if you want to ask for it, I'm gonna give Jesse a divorce.
It will grow back. It'll be back in a month.
Happy ass beard, cuz.
It'll be back in a month.
I don't give a damn. I don't know. I'm not coming over there for a month till your beard grow back.
I was looking kind of homely, y'all. I had to clean it up.
No, that's not how you just trim it down a little bit.
I did.
No, you shaved it off. Well, that's fine. But whatever, man. Jesse, I'm in the route for a divorce, cuz.
So a lot cooler now.
Get a divorce. He better get a divorce real quick in a heartbeat. We get divorced.
Sister Val said I cleaned it up.
You did shave it off. See, I knew I should have been there so you didn't do any weird shit like that. All you had to do was just trim it down a little bit. Take the comb and trim it up. God damn, cuz. You're getting a divorce. We're getting a divorce right now. I'm putting the motherfucking paperwork.
It'll be back in 3 weeks. I have no problem on the beard, y'all. It'll be back.
He just want a divorce. He loves keeping me angry. He don't love me to ever be happy.
I have to clean up.
God damn, man. It's like looking. So what are you looking like a little boy today with the motherfucking vest? See, I was tripping. I was looking at your face too much. I was worried about the vest and how you need a merce. Oh my God, cuz I was like, who put a vest over this Eastside Forever t-shirt? Oh my God. Now you got me growling again. Oh my God. All right, let me stop. Great. Okay. All right. Back to what I'm saying. So I made Jesse in Lego because that's the trend, right? And I have a whole fucking video set up. I have the what do you call it? The code for it, but I don't know how to implement it to make it move, right? And it has a whole thing, like a whole thing. So when that was gonna be done, but I couldn't get nobody to help me with it, right? Like I asked Ray about 15 times, and I finally set up the code and shit. But by that time, the interview had already happened, and thankfully, Kukisi picked up that light work for me and did something similar, but better. He did that. That was great. He did that, right? So that's great. But I had it already done, planned out for over a fucking month, right? So I've been sitting here trying to get Jesse to work with me on his own projects is severely hard. You know what I mean? So I took matters into my own hands. So I've been working on the website. So I'm gonna show y'all a little bit about what I've been doing because everybody's like, I don't see Brandy anywhere. So hold on a sec. You will right now. I'm gonna have to pull up my screen. This is what I've been working on. And keep in mind, Felly, I don't have no education. I ain't got no formal education. I'm from the streets for real. Really. You know what I mean? I know I have no education. I'm lucky I know how to read and write. But I'm getting better. And so this is the campaign that I chose to really highlight and show my fucking efforts of work. And I used all the tools that white people get to use, even though Jesse didn't like it. But look, when you come from the street and you don't have no real education, this is what you got to do in order to make shit fly. I solve problems. So this is what we do. I'm going to open up the screen now. Don't judge me. All right. Let's see. I'm going to show you the website first, okay? It's under construction. It'll be done here shortly. I just added a new page. So I'm using Wix, right? So with a Wix site, you can do all kinds of shit. This shit wasn't on the website before yesterday. Okay. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna start. Can you see it?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now.
All right. So I'm using Wix, y'all. So the website was already done, and it was done for the first campaign or the first time we ran for this particular seat. But this time I changed it all up. All this stuff is new. If you would just sit down for some fucking actual pictures, I could really utilize the pictures. So like this stuff is new. Like I put all this stuff in here. That means I actually wrote the shit and figured it all out. You know what I mean? I designed it. This is new. This is new. Like this part right here. Don't worry about this part yet because we haven't. We gotta update the place for donations. So don't even worry about that. We ain't even asking about that. That right there is like we don't care about that too much. You know what I mean? That's something that's been said, not said, but grassroots, Black grassroots. Yes, we would love some money to help, but we ain't asking for it. I'm not asking for it. Just get asked for it. I don't ask for it. I figured the universe got us.
Donate to the PayPal. Yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta put it in. I gotta update it. There's nothing in there, so you can't donate it into that. Real quick to address that part. Cash App. Cash App is a no-go for anything that I want to do or Jesse want to do based on our phone numbers and email addresses. Based on our phone numbers. If somebody had a previous account with a Cash App under the same phone number, they won't give you a Cash App. That's what they're telling me anyway. So this is new, right? This is new. This is for the district. Okay. Yep. This is new. This is for us. And this is just the beginning, okay? We can't put everything out there like that because I have a strategy, family. This campaign is run on a strategy. Yeah, I don't even tell Jesse the fucking strategy because loose lips sink ships. You know what I mean? So that right there is a piece of it for us, right? And then some more. This is like, a lot of this campaign is almost all black, right? It's black geared, almost all black. You have to accommodate the other constituents. Then this is Jesse and his debate that the lady won't give him. So I made him a debate. The bitch is like, look at her, hands folded. That's what she look like in person. You know what I mean? Look at Jesse. Right? That's me, except that's whatever. I was like super sunburned that day. Right? Okay, so like I'm filling in. I got like about 10 more things, so I gotta put in there. But we can't give it all away, right? So I'm being strategic with this website. You see it? Everybody see it? Okay, so some of this stuff is new. Now I'm gonna switch over, right? I gotta switch over to the next page, right? Yeah. Right, hold on, stop over there real quick. Okay. And then I built these I built the flyers that are going up today, which are really, really kind of cute. They said it's cute. I had to spy on people. I had to spy on it. Yeah, no, Jesse wouldn't even tell me how talented I was. That was some good ass shit right there.
Good. Those are lies.
So,
I said she did good.
No, he's not. He's not. I'm not lying. There's actual video evidence of not saying shit.
I said she did. I said these flyers are my lady made the flyers.
After I told him to, after I made sure he had a thorough understanding that this is not a game. All right, Belly. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Can you see the page?
No. Now I can.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Well, you did great. Thumbs up. You gotta zoom it in, Lady Che.
I know, Jesse. I'm trying to zoom it in, but it's not like not really letting me do it. I sent it to you, right?
Yeah, click directly on it.
Okay, this right here. Oh, I did.
You got Kahari in the building. We are at 920 something, 925 Kahari, almost to 1,000. Lady Chase showing her latest flyer she made for me. You gotta zoom in, Lady Chase.
You would think that it would let me just see. Okay.
Yeah, you go.
I'm using this because it's a tool and it helped me so because I can spell better. I can't really. I have horrible grammatic writing. Okay, I don't know the 4 paragraphs that says this is real shit. So this is what the tool is for, right? So I know how to read, and I'm a speed reader. I read everything. I love reading, right? But when it came to spelling or writing, I lost my skill set. So this is the tool I use for. But this right here, I just sent this to Jesse. I just made this, right?
Yep.
I made this in the bathroom. I was in the restroom. That's how quick it took me to make it, right? I made this real fast. This is a press release, right? This is going what I sent him right now, so he could, because he fucked up and he did something. He first of all, if I tell you not to do something, don't do it, right? If I find out you did it, I'm gonna cuss you out. Like, I just can't control myself. I refuse to control myself, right? So I sent him the flyers that he was supposed to print out for today, right? And I said, these are for the streets only. These are for the streets, right? And he posted it online and made me mad. So I made him take it down. I told him to take it down. I forced him to take it down because those are for the streets, and then you give out away by strategy. I did make something for the internet. So I said this is for the internet, right? This is a little older campaign picture, right? I cleaned it up. This kind of go with how he look right now. God, I'm psychic. Jesus Christ. Anyway, so this is his press release, right? This is his is a speech, little something that we talk about because he's always in city council. This is what the campaign will focus on. This is a little message right here. This is me on the corner, right? So you want to talk to you want to book something, whatever, right? That you speak to me, and that you got to give me 24 to 72 hours because it take. First of all, I got to know something's in there, and it is the campaign website, right? Yep. So that's that, right? But I didn't put. There's no. So you see, there's nowhere to ask for money or nothing. So because we don't have that that mechanism set up. Okay. See that? Okay. Yeah. Let's take it right then. So you see if I can scroll up to the other one. That's how I give y'all my secret and shit. Okay, so here, this is the other one for the press release, right?
Yeah.
And there's 2. I made 4 really. This is another one for the press release, right? This is speaking to us, okay? Reading for us. But this is for him to tag everybody in the media, or whatever, right? And that's these 2 go together. So you see, you got one to play, he's being funny right there, and you got the serious one. See, right? Get it? They're like, they could put 2 and 2 together. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I was being funny. And this was another one I made for when we send out to seek interviews. For everybody, I would hate to throw them in there.
Yeah.
My soul when I had to add them. Right? Because it was looking pretty black on the first one.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, wait, let me add some diversity. I heard my goddamn soul.
Oh no, not the white.
I had to add the Nabiscos in there. I didn't want to. Look, I didn't want to. So we had to put black spaces in here. 2 black women in here, and then the Nabiscos sit on the outside because that way you didn't have to be touched or anything. That hurt my soul. I didn't want to. I was gonna leave it like this. See, I was gonna leave it pretty big, pretty black.
Yeah.
I said, oh, wait. This ain't my shit. Let me just go ahead and diversify that. That hurt my goddamn soul. I ain't go front. I was like, oh, okay, let me add some Nabiscos to this. I did not want to. You would have had to twist my motherfucking arm for that shit. I was like, damn, man, I did that. Yeah. So that's the thing. I sent Jesse the 2 so he could start posting it on the internet. This is what it takes. That's nothing in comparison to all the. So far, I've put in like serious time in that website, It doesn't look like it, but if you see all the drafting and all the written work I've put in, it's like there's a message I have to create and recreate because the city dogged him.
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't have the last black remaining voice of our city, the last elder is a motherfucking coon and a buffoon and a motherfucking is an enemy to our people. I've said that time and time again. So we don't want to interview with him. Fuck him. He can stick that shit up his ass. And now we're just doing our own things. But I didn't want him to post the first set of flyer that I made today online because then it allows that wench to see what we're working on.
Mm.
Now she get really scared because now I made it possible to see the platform the way I set it up. The one for the streets is this one for streets. You just pass it out, and it was getting some good little reviews. I mean, it made me feel a lot better because I was really upset. I was really, I was hangry.
Yeah.
And I was really upset, and I didn't. The thing is, like, you just want him to. We need him to win, and we need him to be a solid FBA voice in the House of Representatives. Even if it's in Colorado, it doesn't matter. It's still one strong black male voice in this yeah, see? That's the one that that's not the what is that? It's one I just said
for the streets.
Oh yeah, that's for the streets. Yeah. So people saw that today, you know what I mean? And that was good. It got some good ass reviews. I was hoping for a lot of because we went to a little black event, so I was kind of hoping motherfuckers really sit there and like, what the fuck? But it's different. The reason I chose this layout is because it's different and nobody's doing it. And we'd be the first. That'd be the first one to get it cracky like this. But it was I was inspired by the little political Lego videos, right?
Yeah.
See, I was inspired by that. I was like, hey, you know what? I can make that work. And I can make something like that happen. And it's different because if you didn't know his name before, you're gonna know his name now.
Right.
If you didn't know who he was before, now you're really gonna know who he is. You see what I'm saying? And I feel strongly about it because it's different. Like, look, man, can I just open it up one more time?
Yeah.
Okay. I just said, just for the sake of argument, let me show you what this problem's working with. Right, in comparison to my beautiful motherfucking expertise, like that little work, I put a lot of thought into it, man. I spent hours at this goddamn computer, and I hate it. It's like, and I can't let him fail because
that was a strong FBA candidate. I know that's what it's just about.
Yes, the only one, and I can't let him fail. So I have to go super hard. Because it's my campaign too, damn it. It's like the work I do. This is for my, like one day I'm going to be my own person. Okay, so you see this?
Let me add it to the screen.
Okay. This is this wench's website. Ain't nothing changed yet. Okay?
Ain't nothing gonna change.
Nothing changed to this wench's website. All right? This wench's website has been the same since you ran. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Miss Meet Lindsay.
First time. She ain't changed it since the first time.
She ain't changed a motherfucking thing, okay? Can you see? You see? She's had the same pictures, the same look, the same everything, the same white people in there. The same thing, right? She lives right there in the neighborhood. Okay, like I could read it to you, but I don't want to. I spoke to her. I called her a colonizer to her face. I couldn't help it. Look, I'll just read it to you, okay? Just like this. This is where the colonizer thing came from. So after graduating college from the University of San Diego, Lizzie traveled to Swaziland, now Eswatini, Africa, and to volunteer with an organization working to address HIV and AIDS epidemic. During her time in Africa, she saw firsthand the remarkable impact U.S. foreign assistance can have on other countries. If that's the case, they wouldn't be suffering. An experience that shaped her view on U.S. foreign policy and continues to inform her work today. When she returned home, she got her first job as the Senator Ted Kennedy's office. In that role, she gained valuable insight into how Congress worked, learning how to bring people together from different sides of the political spectrum and pass legislation. Following the Senator's passing, Lindsay moved over to the House of Representatives Subcommittee on Africa and Global Health. In this role, she advised Subcommittee Chairman Ronald Payne on matters concerning global health, security, and humanitarian issues in Africa. Now, after working for Congress, she moved back to Southern California to pursue a master's in public policy from UCLA. While she was in school, she was hired as senior advocacy work officer.
She was in her African outreach.
Right.
Yep.
Mother to Mother, an international organization that partners with mothers and pregnant women to prevent mother-to-child transmission of HIV. In that role, she represented Mother to Mother with members of Congress, the executive branch, and other organizations while working for Mother to Mother. Lindsay realized the potential of small community-focused organizations to positively influence policymaking. Their advocacy could help ensure we have policies that truly reflect the needs of our community. None of this work right here really is going to help the community right there. I mean, like we have strong HIV programs and shit like that, and prevent that during pregnancy. It's just common sense, right? Realization prompted her to establish Gilchrist Company in 2012 with the vision to work alongside organizations, foundations, policymakers to improve public policy in the United States and around the world. The company's mission is to advance organizations' agenda through advocacy, policy research, and analytic strategic planning, communication, support, political strategy, right? And I'm like, so you basically are capitalizing off of other people's work.
Yep.
That's how it sounds. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yep.
Right? Gilchrist and Company works with criminal justice reform. So yeah, first you go from like AIDS to AIDS transmission and humanitarian issues in Africa, like damn you. And now you're doing justice reform, help train and equip newly elected prosecutors from around the country to reform the system. And that's why we're failing. They also work with international organizations like Neuro International in developing a whole of government initiative to prevent and combat violent extremism in fragile states. Well, if that's the case, we wouldn't be at war. Additionally, Lindsay leads an initiative called CHAMPS. Colorado ensure we have high quality family-based settings for kids in foster care. I wish I would have known about that when I was in foster care. Throughout the career, Lindsay has continually been inspired by the organizations she works with that are not only leaders in their field, but also share her ambition to affect positive change by improving public policy for the people they serve. Okay, so in my opinion is like, okay, so you just working off of other people's work.
Yep.
That's pretty much what that sounds like. You know what I mean? But when I talked to her, I was like, man, this is some colonization shit. Like you just go over there, like you basically go over to the motherland for what? And how did they, like, what are you doing over there? And it didn't affect shit over here. We got pregnant women dying and shit in the jail.
Right.
Black women.
Right.
Black women. I can tell you how many stories I've seen with black women miscarrying in jail while I was in jail with them.
Yeah.
Okay? Oh, baby. Like, we're not talking like an early miscarriage. We're talking like late in the game, goddamn miscarriage. Go ahead and shut me down. Go ahead. All right. Wait. Never mind. Go ahead. Hold on. 1 second. I'm sorry. I gotta show you one more thing on that. Was that over there? It was right here, right? Hold on a second. Lost my spot. I lost my spot. Here we go.
Go to issues, and there's nothing blacklisted.
Yeah, so there's nothing black in here, right? She gave me pushback about that, and I pushed back in public. It's not good. Where's the issues? Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are all the things she stands on. So which one do you want to pick? I want to pick
criminal justice.
To what? Criminal justice reform. So this is the thing, because like this is why I tried to make the shit stand out more, because she has a lot more. She has a lot more under her. That's why she has a lot more. That's why she's on the Democratic Party. That's why they're behind her. I don't want to read this shit. I mean, I guess policy should focus on diverting individuals to alternative solutions, accountability, blah, blah, blah. She advocates for policies to divert young people from criminal justice system and youth gain access to primary for mental health, substance use treatments, programs, et cetera, et cetera. Kind of like this, yeah, it sounds good. This is what, we kind of, like, we're on, like, kind of similar. We're mostly focused on Black children.
Yeah.
Black mixed children. Black children, as long as they're Black first. This is her stance on shit. Child welfare system, driven firsthand, blah, 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 Black suitable placement options. That's a big thing for us. Well, that's a big thing for me anyway. Like those are one of the topics that I like to get involved in.
Yeah.
Because I was a child of the system and I never got out of the system. So I'm
I was a child of the system too.
I'm like the revolving door, the proverbial revolving door person that everybody used to talk about that's constantly in and out the system. That's me. That is me. The one that got left behind, that's me.
Yeah.
Pushed through or move forward, that's me. In and out of jail, juvie and shit, that's me. I'm the proverbial where they fucked up at. So we want to prevent that with you see what you want to do, but initially for the Paris campaign, we want our children not to have to deal with any of that shit, and then she comes from really of poverty issues, problems of poverty, issues of poverty. And now it has nothing really to do with two family homes. It just has to do with having the right role models around and available. Like, young boys need real men in their life. They need strong Black presence. You know what I mean? And that doesn't necessarily need to be if his father's not around. He might got an uncle. He might got mama got a homeboy or something. You know what I mean? It's real tight. That friends with. It is a good role model, or might have an older cousin that is a good role model. Might be some individuals in the community that are strong and masculine role models. That will be around if the boy has an issue. Girls need a strong female role model. Not no messiness, but they do need, in order to stay focused.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because it's easy to get caught up outside and mess up your whole life. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what I want to look at the healthcare and the climate real fast. So everybody got this stuff down there, climate. Yeah, so she just believes in everything. She's just doing I don't know if these are necessarily beliefs, because when we
she's for illegal immigrants.
Yeah. Firm belief that refugees and immigrants form a part of our society. I've been watching a couple of different things, and I'm gonna show them on the RVA if the RVA consolidates and racist.
Exactly, Sister Val. Yes, affordable housing and homelessness are two topics I'm adamant about. Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely adamant, very adamant, because of when we talk about Black people, we talk about Black people not having adequate housing and stuff like that. It really starts too with the children, because they got all kinds of wayward youth. I say wayward youth. I said motherfucking Black teenagers outside, or black mixed children. I like the Black first, right? They're outside in the heat. They're not at the rec center. They're not getting anything that they need. Substance. They need substance. If you have substance in your life, you have shit to do, busy work, then you're not outside committing atrocities.
Right.
You're not outside doing bad things with friends. You're over there reading books and writing papers.
Doing productive things.
Productive shit. And if you can't, parents don't take the initiative to make the kid do something, like sit down and write a book or read this goddamn book. Put some racist shit in front of them, some books that are banned and tell them to read it and what they learn, write an essay. That way you keep them inside instead of outside. And you know, and then when they do get to go outside, then you know where the fuck they're going.
Right.
You know what they're up to. You don't like that's really hard. Sometimes like that's Jesse. I'd be like, hurry up and come back. Like go in and out. Yeah, go to the store and come right back. Why? Because I feel like that with everybody. I treat everybody like a nurturing kind of thing. Like I don't want nothing bad to happen. Just hurry up and come back because I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about everybody around him.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? There's just one stop at the corner to give a dap can turn into a fucking mistake and a half nowadays. You see what I'm saying? Because people are they're not all the way there. They're not all the way tied up anymore. Like, you see what I'm saying? So you got our children out there interacting with people that aren't really tied their legs right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say that. The campaign manager, I feel like I worked super, super duper hard to make him be a viable candidate now.
Yeah.
And he got himself on the ballot. That was amazing. Which he did last time, but that was amazing because everybody here takes independence like it ain't shit. And now with this democratic socialism wave, people are riding that wave and we're not. So we have to stay consistently in our lane and keep our message tight to be Black first, Black Denver right led. You know, we do have and I say we, I mean me. I say we, I mean me. We do have a reparations 64, 74 page package put together, but I haven't done my I want to set it up for a peer review before I put it through and with people that actually, do the work. And it will, obviously me and Jesse are kind of like, whatever, like a couple other virgin divorce, but it can still,
That's a lie.
No, I'm not lying. You're the virgin of divorce right now. Shit is for a goddamn time, man.
It had to go.
Yeah, bet. I know, man. I just don't like to see it. All right, everybody. I hope you were pleased and took a little time out. So I'm gonna let you get back to the show. Do I gotta stay or can I dip?
You can do whatever you want to do, Lady Che.
I'll stay for tangibles. I'll stay. Let's see. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna go on mute. Okay.
Okay. So
thank you. Sorry for interrupting the whole show.
Update, Lady Che. Appreciate your work on the campaign and the flyers and everything. Now we're on to the tangibles. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading it for the past 7 years. Tangibles 2020. So instead of 2020, it's 2026, but everything else remains the same. So the 2026 midterm elections are coming up. The 2027 Denver and LA elections are coming up. And the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, underserved, underprivileged, underrepresented, under-resourced, downtrodden, marginalized, communities of interest, communities of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group by providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I said, the 2026 midterm elections, the 2027 midterm Denver and LA elections, and the 2028 presidential elections, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits. Specifically for us, we do not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing, Black family, for the past 7 years. Spreading the hashtag far and wide on social media. And it's all up in the political lexicon. We hear it's tangibles this, tangibles that. So it has definitely been making its rounds. And when we talk about something tangible, we're talking about something that's real, something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. a check, i.e. reparations in the form of direct lineage cash payments for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2026. And that amount for the direct lineage cash payment reparations is $100 trillion. For past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people. An anti-Black, FBA hate crime bill. Also on the reparations package or tangible list. End of qualified immunity in all 50 states. Land grants, land allotments, specifically the foundational Black Americans and chattel slavery freedmen. And anything specific to our lineage group. So if they're not offering nothing lineage based, then don't waste your time voting for them. And we got Michael in the building.
Hey Jesse, hey ladies, how you guys doing?
Salute, Michael, our Asian ally. So you had asked me what in economic justice was?
Yeah.
That's reparations.
Okay, reparations, right. I mean, I understand the Black agenda, which is straightforward, because the economic justice I read, it sounded more like universal at first.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I was going on I was on wikipedia.com to understand the definition of economic
justice.
Justice, yeah, it said like. Go ahead, let me say.
He's talking about the flyer that I put up online earlier.
Oh, the one you're not supposed to put up. The one you weren't supposed to put up.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was for the streets, Michael. And you weren't supposed to put it up, so you weren't supposed to see it. So.
I apologize. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. It's his fault, so it's all good. But, no, I was making it. It was meant like that, because it's been passed out to everybody on the street, so it's kind of like a for everybody kind of universal type thing. I did do that intentionally, but it wasn't meant for the internet. It was meant for the streets of Denver, to where to what he's running to. Yeah, I did do that. So you read it right. It was for the streets.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Yeah, I understand the Black agenda is obviously reparative policies, obvious.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's just a polite way of putting it.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Lady Chan, I'm not sure Jesse told you, we're making progress on the anti-hate crime for American freedmen.
No, actually, he didn't. He hasn't. It's not that doesn't surprise me. He hasn't told me nothing, because I've been like kind of I've been in rare form the last 2 days. I've been like super angry and hangry, like all at once. So I've been in rare form, like just been threatening with the divorce. Like I just been acting all crazy and shit. Like it looks like it's crazy, but I mean every goddamn word, right? No, so of course he hasn't had a chance to tell me, but I can imagine, Michael, you're very effective. So
yeah, well, Jesse helped me to really get the staff on hold, because Yeah, I'm glad for Jesse's masculinity because he really changed the staffer from being initially skeptical of anti-hate crime for Morgan Freeman to like, let's see what we can do before the midterms.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's his that's why I take him with me to the hospital. Like he got that masculine black energy that it only happens with strong black men. Not to say that other
Yes.
races don't have masculine energy. It's just there's a big difference between foundational Black American men with masculine energy, and then there's everybody else with masculine energy, and it depends on. It takes a lot to get up to a level of foundational Black American man masculinity, just like foundational Black American women are just the magic of everything that makes it happen. Like there's levels to it. We are like at the top, and then everybody else is like right there, and it takes a lot for them to get right up to where we're at. So everybody got the different versions of masculinity, but yeah, he's right there with it. So
Yeah, I think I give him credit, and to you too, Lady Tay, right?
oh
I mean,
yeah,
I
no,
know,
I got that energy you got, Michael. That take no prisoner energy. Like we
yeah, I
are.
did, yeah. You know what's so funny? You know what Carolyn Essex told me after? She's like, Mike, you were like a hound dog that couldn't be stopped. Like I don't know what I was thinking, and I said,
Yeah.
I told her that because individual allies in the past, in the '60s, made a big error. They didn't follow through. They just said, "Okay, Tyrone, Bakisa, we'll just integrate you guys. Yeah, that's assistant. I'm sorry, that's assistance. Our job is done." And what Karens didn't realize is that just because you help someone to get to the door doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that fighting for shared power or shared economic resources is not done.
Right.
In other words, individual allies got to, fight with people at the top. When I say individual allies, I'm talking about those fighting with, the Mazungus and other groups of people to allow American freedmen to realize fruition and get equitable resources. I hone in hard, like I really put my you can say I put my neck on the line.
Yeah, you do, and it's really invaluable work. We are like the amount of work that you do on the backside that people don't realize is like, first of all, if you get let me just put the rules up. If you get an email from Michael and you don't respond, he is on that ass. Like
Yeah, yeah.
like he wants to answer whether it's good, bad, right, wrong, or different. He wants to fucking answer to his goddamn questions. All right, that's the truth. That is the truth.
True.
All right, so he be he be hitting these candidates and their staffers like all day long. Like he'll find a candidate that he likes in the state,
Yeah.
Yep, I did.
and
Absolutely.
he'll fucking sit there and he'll go all the way through the line of chain of command
Yeah.
with emails from the start to it gets to the top, and he'll ride that line until he gets what he's desiring, which is a Zoom meeting, so he can do some further education and then get him to go along with the program. You know what I mean? So it's a process. Like
They signed the pledge. They got to sign the pledge for reparations.
Exactly. Yep. That's been my right IMO. Right. The reparations pledge, because I think what happened was when the reparationist activists, demanded. I'm sorry, not demanded. I'm sorry. Asked candidates about reparations in 2019. It told me something that, and this had implications for future elections going into 2024, 2020. I'm sorry, yeah, 2024, 2020, and beyond, right? And what happens that when Democratic candidates answered yes to reparations, I noticed something. There's like several levels, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So when they answer yes to reparations, that means that they're answering yes to the concept. That's one, but 2 is okay. Are they going to say lineage? Great. Then 3 is, are they going to come up with legislation? And then 4, are they going to put it for the floor vote? And 5, are they going to pass it? So several levels, which I learned,
level 2.
Yeah.
Through these little Zoom meetings, I learned a lot because I terrorize the and don't get me in a Zoom meeting, man. I'm in a lot of that, but because I don't accept. No, I'm one of those people that believe it. Power is taken, right?
Uh-huh.
And we go. I made like this last little one I participated in. I was calling out everybody's race of atrocities, and nobody gave them a study, you know, things like that.
Right, right.
Think about the shit, but he was like, I mean, he held it together. Like he goes so hard in the paint on these emails. They're fully descriptive of what he wants to talk about. You know, they have he gives them all the tools they need to follow along. You know what I mean? He's like he does all the work, and it's so simple to return a message, and he gets upset when they don't return because he does a lot of work. And I'm like, well, I can see it, man. And he said they didn't return my email, and he's all upset. And I'm like, because I'm the way I read all the messages, I don't return no emails, right?
Right, right.
I don't have to. Jesse's gonna talk about it, and me and Jesse are pretty much on the same alignment
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to what we're doing like online. However, I do have my own brain, and I think for myself on certain things I would do differently. Let me say that I would do things differently a little bit, but that's just the Aries. But we're 95%. We're in total agreement with most things, right? And
right.
And if I have any contention about it, look at Jesse. Jesse was walking around today with a vest on. He looked like a roadie, cuz I swear to God. I didn't know if he was gonna be uploading speakers to a concert or what. I was telling you, I was like, we want the funk. I was like,
God have that.
From
Like, give you
it was like, who does this? I was like, no wonder people were looking at you funny today.
Yeah. Yeah, I give you guys both. Anyways, I give you guys credit, both of you, you and Lady Tay, because you guys are pretty much like boots on the ground. You guys are, on the streets every day fighting for limits-based policies. Maybe with the city council.
Today, I learned something very valuable.
Uh-huh.
And the value is that there's one thing about the internet and the streets. We need to do more education in regards to reparations for our people on the streets, our actual FBA people. When we're talking to them, they have no concept of what we're asking about reparations. They don't even know, they won't even admit to themselves that we built the fucking nation. So it's almost defeatism because our people have been programmed to be all inclusive and not think about themselves first. And that's what I noticed today in Jesse's little video. Out there he was out there stomping in the ground, and I was typing for a little bit, but I can't be in there because I'm such a critiquing analyst. Like, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
So I have to get out of there because I'll be saying all kind of bad things. So I have to I have to stop being an ass. So
oh yeah, you're great too, Lady Tay and Jesse, both of you. You guys are like more like boots on ground than I am. Like you said, I'm behind the scenes, in terms of developing strategies, right?
Yeah, me too. And they don't see me too often because like in public, I'm like this in public too. I'm just like this, if not worse. Okay.
Yeah.
In public. So I try to keep myself inside and just on the back work. That's why nobody sees me or really hears from me too much, because this is a lot, man. Like, I'm a lot, period. But this is a lot, and the work that you do to help us get to where we're gonna go is invaluable work. And nobody gives you your credit, does, except for us. Like, we're like adamantly like, he's the man. That's the ally. If you want to know what the ally looks like, it's right there.
Right. I mean, me. I'm just very, I'm just very humble. I always give credit. I always like to give credit because American Freemen were the first one to start the reparations movement, 2016 or even before that. Right. I just came along and said, you know what? Let me ride onto the train.
Yeah.
And definitely assist and accelerate the trend for reparations. And also I work with Audra, if I remember her name correctly, which I told Jesse, and I'm sure Jesse passed the information to you before. Audra was the one who actually got me exposed to reparations. And when I realized that reparations were very unpopular, I thought to myself, let me take an unpopular position, make it stronger, right? Like, you remember MC Hammer when he said too legit to quit? in 1991 for the Falcons.
Yes.
Because prime time Falcons, they didn't do very well prior to 91. So they needed that MC Hammer motivation, too legit to quit. And so that really instilled me, to be like the 1991 Falcons, to make it to the postseason and just not only win it, but go all the way to the Super Bowls. It's same thing with reparations, right? Just not only get to the Congress, but we would definitely want to send the past reparations bills to the White House.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess you could say, I guess you could say I had that kind of like Steven Seagal energy.
Too, I'm like, I always telling Jesse, there's no half stepping. I grew up with that. That's a Generation X song. There's no half stepping. You know what I mean? And we don't like. For me, I grew up where in a time of age where mediocrity was not a thing to be.
Right.
You couldn't all be winners. You know what I mean? There's no levels for mediocrity. Mediocrity is a loser term, right? That's just they give that to everybody. That's a participation pass, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas like nowadays, you can be the most mediocre motherfucker and still pass and be in legislation. Whereas a motherfucker that isn't mediocre and has the right mindset couldn't get the right amount of votes or couldn't get. You see it like you just look
I see what you mean.
Like you got motherfuckers that like myself, right? We got motherfuckers that do the work like on their broadcast, right? But they don't have the numbers to represent what the message is it shows them, right? So like right now, like I'm lucky if anybody watches that shit at all, right? But the amount of work I put into it to pick things that are like knowledgeable that are meant for that Black people need to know about, and we definitely need to know about certain things that it gets lost amongst it gets low viewership, low moderation, and that's the person that's mediocre. You see what I'm saying? Whereas a mediocre person could have all the numbers in the world and be getting all the viewership and participation, and people would think they're great because that's the way we're taught nowadays to be. Oh well, anybody can do it. Anybody can be a winner, and it's not true. It's not true. It's just for some reason we got lax and lazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because Donald Trump sold us, right? With Donald Trump mediocrity, anything can be done because Donald Trump has that stubbornness, feisty, personality, macho-ness, right? Which I don't think a lot of American voters expected Trump, especially in the second term, right? And you speak about how like someone who's not mediocre, who's very intelligent or very cautious. I see that a lot, especially with the Democrats, because we know, yes, Democrats are intelligent, but they're too cautious, right? When someone is too intelligent, too cautious in Congress, they're more likely going to maintain the status quo and not really like move the move the train as quickly as possible. Which I noticed, right? And even like, did I tell you I actually got a white man to embrace lineage-based policies? It took a lot of work on YouTube. He's getting there after a lot of after a lot of heavy debates. So I got him moved slowly but surely. So he's kind of like I want to say he's not there 100%, but he's getting there. I'll put it this way. And with my mom, I finally woke up my mom about reparative policy. So she now understands because of her patience, open up her perspective, right? So it's kind of like a chain reaction, right? And I told my mom that what did I say to my mom today last night? Oh, I said to her, like, Mom, when you want to help FBAs, don't help FBAs to get integrated. Help FBAs to get resources, because resources to them means it's about empowerment. Let them get the money they need and let them take care of their own issues or problems. Because when you help someone to be integrated, it's more like being controlled and regulated. It's not really helping, or it's not allowing the person to make their own decisions with their own resources.
Right.
Yeah, and that's too. This one thing I'm gonna say real quick before I get into tangibles. This is the thing is like we're in the city of Denver, and we do have Black people, that can, pull together a press and can, have these whole summits and shit like that, right?
Yep.
And they're usually Democrats, and
Yep.
they're like friendly in person, but shit talkers on the backside,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
We don't like that shit, but you either be one way or the other. Like for me, I tell you, motherfucker, fake right to the face, right? Because that's just a natural area thing. I don't like that shit.
Don't be two-faced it.
Yeah, don't be like, it's kind of discriminative because we're never going back to the loving the loving hateful arms of the Democratic Party.
No.
We're not going to go to the same racist fucking arms of the Republicans either.
Earlier, if I was a Democrat and I said hell no.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And it's because the thing is that we in the street. What I noticed is they're not everybody's online, and if they are, they're not on the black first side of things,
Right.
Which they need to be, but we can't kind of force them to get there. But we have to be able to be more engaging in educating them in the sense that we are the first people, that we are the ones that built the nation, by the backs of our ancestors. We're living in a black Holocaust still. We're paying the black tax, And the thing is that when they ask what can you do, well, shit, there's a lot of things that the House of Representatives can do, And this is where we need a strong, masculine, black voice. We had one in there.
Yeah,
and we do have some sisters in there that are FBA, but I mean, however. They're boule, they're bougie, type, you know what I mean? They're not the get down in the weeds with the other sisters type.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Where, like when I run for office one day, if I ever get over the fear of the police,
You have Jesse, he's your bodyguard.
Yeah.
I do protect Jesse on a day-to-day basis. And I do that, like almost in a mothering way. It's really bad. I can't help it, man. It's like I just want him to be what I know is possible, because I followed him down this black hallway of politics, and I would have never done that in life if I didn't believe in what he was talking about 6 years ago. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, whatever, cuz sure you do, right? But I followed him down a black hallway of fucking despair and agony, because that's what I think politics is. I hate political season. That's why he didn't tell me he was running. He told everybody else in the email on the bottom of the email that he's running for office. He didn't even have the heart and the courage to tell me. I would have been like, no, because I did that. I was like, no, you're not. It's because, in my mind, political season just means I have to work hard. And this one, I thought we were going to have a vacation and be normal. Here we go. Right? But this time, I felt like, man, my work is improved. This is going to be a good message. This is the right time. And if not now, then when, right?
Right. And it's also about working smart too at the same time.
Right. I work smart, not hard.
Yeah. I even told my mom a couple years, I said, Mom, it's about working smart. And she said, Mike, are you crazy? How can I work smart if I don't make enough? I'm like, Mom, you can make a lot of money, but work smart, work efficiently, understanding the task, what you can delegate, you know what I mean? And actually who told me this was my mom's babysitter's husband. He told me in 2015, Mike, you got to work smart. Don't work hard. You work hard, you're going to be exhausted. Then you're not going to have a lot of energy to fight the next day or even go to your job the next day. So I learned from my babysitter's husband. And of course, I learned from Europeans how to work smart too, right? And sometimes people understand the definition of working smart. They think working smart means slacking up. No, working smart means you know when to intervene and when not to intervene.
Right.
In the moment. So it's really about strategizing, right? What battles to pick.
Thanks for reminding me about that. That's the one thing I want everybody to understand about me, man. When I'm working, I have a strategy. I'm very secretive. I'm very quiet. I'm like keep things close to the chest. Because I've seen my work be stolen by a whole white man who's now the mayor. Right? And my whole fucking platform that I built for Jesse, based on Jesse's work all over the city, and the things that we had planned for the city, being put together right now by a whole motherfucking white man. He gives the credit to himself, when knowing goddamn well he stole the premise of the blueprint, blueprint from a fucking whole black couple, right?
Right.
And to deflect the message, I meant what I said. I worked at, if it's not, don't believe me, it's on this fucking computer that I sit in front of for hours at a time, days on end. Sometimes I don't leave this desk because I'm busy creating and moving and like, trying to figure things out because, just the lack of formal education, But the thing is, I want everybody to know is that there is a strategic plan for this campaign to at least get him the recognition that he deserves, and at least get him close enough, because this bride got everything. She got the Democratic Party, she got the big Democratic dollars, she got all her motherfucking endorsement and history behind her. And whereas Jesse could have the same thing, except we have black people in our community actively hating on him and working hard against him. And because they don't want to hear this. You've heard it before, black people. You go too black, you don't want to hear that. You go with that black shit. And you go with that. You know what I mean? And they really don't approve of it because it's conditioning, And you're gonna thank us later for being black, okay?
And they're rats, so I'm an independent.
Right, that's it. And the fact that he's in the Unity Party is damn near all white, except for now 3 black people.
Mm-hmm.
We commandeered the party. We commandeered it. It's our party now.
Yep.
But it's beautiful, man. But the thing is that black people, we are always fucking take it for granted, especially when it comes to politics, and we can never please everybody. But I believe this: if you want your certain candidate to go forward, then you put in the time and you message that motherfucker and you have them, get on the same understanding. If something doesn't seem right or doesn't seem, the messaging might be a little off, it might be the language, because that's how particular we've been lately with language. Then you send an email and you work with that candidate to get them to where you want it to be. And instead of talking shit, you just say, hey man, your language is a little off base or off code, and this is what I think, this is where we're at. Can you get to this level? Can you come here? Can you meet us at this range? Because we believe in you, but hey man, this might be a little off putting there, might be a little off code. Don't hesitate, because what happened? Look at who we had in office because we didn't want to believe that we could put our own people in.
Yeah.
If we really wanted to, and we could work on our own candidate. Not every candidate is going to be perfect.
Right.
Right. But you wanted to get you want every candidate to get very close to the reparative policies as much as possible for freedmen.
Right, for freedmen. So if you're a freedman, right, then you see something that you might have questions about, feel free to email me, and I'll hey man, I'm all about correctiveness. You know what I mean? I correct shit all the time. I don't like to be corrected personally by myself, but it doesn't mean that I can't correct a messaging or a piece of a platform or something like that to make say candidate Jesse Paris look his greatest and be his greatest person. Just don't try to correct me personally, because I don't go for it. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean I'm open to send it. I send an email like I'm like, you know what? I do see your point, man. So where do you think I should go? Blah blah blah. All right, great, man. I'll implement those changes because I want, like everybody should want, FBA, a full FBA person in the House of Representatives and Congress and the Senate that's not going to switch up.
Right.
And that's why the pledge is. That's why the reparations pledge is very powerful, because with the pledge, after they signed the document, agreed, the pledge, you can hold them accountable easily. And next time when they forget, right? When you say to the incumbents, Representative Tyrone Johnson, you do remember? Do you recall you signed this pledge? And Tyrone Johnson at first says, "I don't recall." Well, sir, we have your signature and dated. You very promised not to dilute. And then the incumbent Tyrone Johnson, "Oh, that's right." Lady said, "That's right." Just yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Well, Tyrone, did you do anything after signing the pledge?
Mhm.
Just how Republicans did it in 1994. It was called Contract of America, right? And the reason why Republicans were able to win effectively in midterms and, of course, presidential elections is because they had a ground game. They made sure to update the contract every year, right? And they made sure to get their candidates on code, right? So it's same thing with reparations, but it's on a smaller scale because it's for 48 million FBAs and counting, right? And I know, like, and oh my gosh, I gotta tell you, even when I told Donovan long time about the pledge, it's a necessity. I knew he disagreed with me. He disagreed with me, but he said, "Mike, the pledge, you can't force anyone to sign it." But I'm like, at our jobs, why do we have to sign contracts every day at jobs when we first start, right? Because those contracts at our jobs tell us how much we're going to get paid when we start and when we end, right? So it's same thing. And the candidates really work for the voters. As Jesse heard me last Thursday with Brandon Johnson,
Yeah.
especially Freedmen voters or Freedmen constituents.
Not the mayor of Chicago.
Right,
You know
not the
what?
mayor of Chicago. That's right. Yeah.
What's good about that is that you're right, because everybody has to sign on to, like, even with these candidates to sit in city council and things like that, they get a salary or a stipend or whatever, right? But they signed on to be a representative, but as they're running for office, they pandered to us a certain persona, a certain type of policy, right? That they were going to run on. They come to our Black communities, they come to our Black events, and their white asses give us all these fake ass platitudes and pander heavy, right, to get Black people to believe. And as black people, we have fallen constantly into that motherfucking crust of believing a white candidate or believing a candidate is going to do whatever we need them to do. And we didn't have our demands correctly in mind at that time. We've come a long fucking way for the last 10 years to now to know what we want in a candidate,
right?
And how far we're willing to go to let them understand that we are the holding of the vote. We are the ones that hold their fucking life in our hands.
So
and it's what about it, period.
I gotta get us back on topic. So the tangibles.
Yeah,
So,
tangibles.
Tangibles.
Okay, yeah, I know I came late. Yeah, because I wasn't sure you're going to have a show tonight after your outreach today.
Hey, after Brick City. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's gonna do a show on Saturday.
Yeah.
It's Saturday.
Okay, yeah, my thoughts are tangible. I'll have Lady Che go first. Ladies first.
Tangibles. Hold your vote like you hold your spoiler. Or you hold your babies. Yeah. Like hold your vote, right? The reason I say that is because if there's nothing in that, look at your ballot. Read your ballot. Right now, currently, we got a couple of months. We got like 3 months before the next election, depending on what city you're in or whatever, right? To vote in either new governors, new whatever, right? New Congress people. There's a lot of voting about to happen. Then you gotta really, really read up on them and go to these fucking events, family. It doesn't cost anything but to jump on the bus or take a buddy with you and go sit in these town halls. Like sign up. Don't sign up if you don't want to speak at city council. Cool, watch it at least. You know what I mean? Because they could do city council every goddamn day. They have some sort of either the budget or something. I hate it. I hate city council every Monday, man. You hear me bitching about city council, right? But I'm glad I did it because I'm pretty fucking good at it, cussing out the city, right? But and when I say this is that you want to be effectively knowing what's going on in your community, especially in communities where we have been gentrified out,
Right.
and we still have people or homes there. You want to know what's going on in your district. You want to know because election season, that's when everybody shows their ass.
Yeah.
They come to our spaces.
Yep.
They come pandering to us. They want to shake hands. They want to take pictures. They want to tokenize us by any means they can. And we got to put a stop to that. We got to make sure that they stay focused to what our demands are. Our demands is: Are you going to push a reparations package, lineage-based reparations package? Are you going to be the one that sponsors it with us? Are you going to be the one that helps get us to the goal? I mean, yes, we understand there's constituents of all flavors in the district, but we're talking about the first and the most neglected people in the district. You see what I'm saying? Are you actually be up front in the forefront of your mind? You know what I mean? These are things that we really need to know, and we have to ask everybody, including these motherfucking democratic socialists that are making. We need to ask them those questions because they're not pro-black.
Right.
There's
But
our
pretty much
anti-black people, and they're making waves and have all the numbers to help push them forward, but they don't ever mention black people. There's a black face, Ethiopian face, that just moved to the head of the thing, right?
Yep.
And they got motherfuckers riding this democratic socialist wave, but they're not for black
people. Right.
And we're not talking about any kind of black. We're talking about American freedmen black. Okay.
Yeah. Even though DSA was started by Fannie Lou Hamer.
Really? Right. I didn't know that. Wait, Fannie Lou Hamer started the Democratic Socialist of America? I thought she started the Freedom Democratic Party in the 60s.
She did that too.
Wow.
So you see how far it's come, and then don't let them too. Also, family, if you see it, make sure you stop it. Do not let these motherfucking white candidates float anything off the backs of our fucking our ancestral leaders, such as whenever they want something to move forward, they always throw a little MLK in there. Like, no, stop that shit right where it's at, because you do not get to use civil rights leaders to move your propaganda.
Right.
That's our leaders. Those are our ancestors. Those are our fucking. Those are our past and present, future fucking. You know, those are people that we think about, not for white people to push their propaganda.
Yep. Especially when progressive Mzungus say BIPOC, and I say this to any viewers who might know some individual allies, make sure you hold individual allies accountable by having a binding contract, right? Similar to a pledge, what I created. A pledge mean, okay, individuals, we understand you got to focus on your policies, great, but don't forget American freedmen attached to it. Like some of that sticks, right? Because it's going to hold individual allies accountable, and individual allies are going to have to work 2 times harder than American freedmen. You know what I mean? Because like what Lady said, you cannot let white progressives off the hook, cannot allow them to propagandize, BIPOC, and you cannot allow white progressive candidates, Asian or Hispanic candidates say, you know what, we believe in MLK's I Have a Dream speech, but MLK had more than I Have a Dream speech. He said, I came to DC to get for my people. Reparations, right? And I know it's going to offend some individual allies who are probably watching, or some viewers who might know some individual allies. Always hold the individual allies accountable like I do. I do my best to be accountable.
Yes.
Right? And I know some reviewers might find that, oh my gosh, we're so scared to tell individual allies. Don't be scared. Just like as Jesse said, I was never scared last Thursday. Even Carolyn, I think, was a little concerned that I guess I went 2 steps ahead.
Yeah.
And she told me, like, Mike, freedmen usually are very careful not to poke the polar bear. And I always believe you always got to poke the polar bear, right? To get them on cold. And and that's what really the first term agenda is about for every especially when Jesse says that We don't want to hear for every group. We don't want to hear about Muslims. What are you gonna do for, American freedmen specifically and exclusively? So the key was exclusively, what O'Keefe said. Because if you don't say exclusively, candidates, no matter the Democratic, Socialist, Green Party, Republican, Democrat, they're going to recognize it and make it too inclusive. So key was exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Those intangibles, I just want to say that. Tangibles, you can feel, and if you don't make yourself present, or even in the way of knowing something, then you can't really, be mad when the wrong person gets there. So I say this, that most candidates, almost all candidates, at least over here at the Parents Campaign, we're open to dialogue and change if it's going to benefit freedmen, Black freedmen. That's the thing. And not worried about we're not like we live a very unapologetically Black fucking life over here. There's no apology when you're being intentionally Black on purpose. You know what I mean? It's not just once a year. It's an everyday thing, especially when you're living in the system of racism, white supremacy, and that's all you do is fight racism, white supremacy. You know. I want to say thank you, and I'm going to go on mute. That's my thing for tangibles. Tell Ruru to get out the window.
Jail. He put himself in jail.
Oh, in jail? What did he do this time, Jesse? Did he break the curfew?
No, that's just what he does.
Oh, okay.
He has to take a break from his sisters terrorizing him.
Yeah.
So
little Black Magic was all on his ass the other day, biting him in his ears. He had to put paws on her.
Yeah, so in conclusion, continue to mass something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100 at the local, state, and federal levels. So moving along to our main topics of the evening, now morning, we got AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Horse race. She calls herself running for president, or she's getting ready to run for president, or she's thinking about running for president. And then she got Justin Pearson on the side of her. So our brother, Uncle Professor Black Truth is going to give us an update on that.
We started to speak to people here in Memphis.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Because as we started to speak to people here in Memphis, I started to hear things over and over again about what they are dealing with down the street from this data center. COPD, asthma, lung cancer. And we also know from facilities like these that the problems don't end there. We have to have the courage to stand up against projects that hurt people.
That's right.
And unfortunately, for reasons that I know boggle many of our minds here as everyday Americans, there are far too few people in positions of power that are willing to tell the truth about what is happening.
That's right.
These are making people sick.
Alexandria Cortez was leading a protest at some of the data centers in Memphis that service Elon Musk's Twitter website and SpaceX. You know, the last time I saw a female Democratic congressperson of note in Tennessee was, oh yes, Kamala Harris when she went to Nashville. She was there to get in some FaceTime with two of the Democratic Party's would-be young up-and-comers, Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, not related. And the thing that gets me is, wait for it, I know some of you are already ahead of me. Anyway, Horseface Cortez was doing her usual phony sympathy routine, just like she did down on the border for illegal aliens, and she made sure that there were some Black folks in tow to be there with her. This woman hasn't shown this much concern for Black people since her photo op in Montgomery back in May. And what was the reason for that? Well, it wasn't to protest the data centers in Montgomery. And speaking of data centers in Montgomery, last September, 9 months before Horseface Cortez went to Montgomery, Meta was bragging on their website that they're expanding their data center in Montgomery. Not only are they already there, they're announcing that they're making their operation even bigger in Montgomery. Well, since that announcement came 9 months before she went there, oh, you already know how this is going to end. She didn't say one piddling word about it. She clearly didn't care about data centers, not when she went to Montgomery this year. And what was the reason that she was even there? She was there for a voting rights rally. See, this is the entire problem. Black people are fully capable of voting as it is. Illegal immigrants aren't. Well, at least not everywhere. But the problem isn't that Black people are not able to vote. In fact, if Black people want to turn out to the polls for real want to turn out, no amount of GOP inbreds can stop us. The problem is we keep voting for nothing. Everybody else gets pledges from these Democrats. They get solid promises, they get tangibles, and even when they don't get promises, that's okay. The Democrats just give these other groups a bunch of freebies anyway. What do Black voters get? We get scare talk about how dangerous the orange man is and how we can't let Republicans retake office, or what? What are Republicans going to do that Democrats haven't been letting them do all along? What are Republicans going to do that Democrats haven't done themselves already? Everybody else gets tangibles. We get intimidation. Well, that doesn't work anymore. So now they're doing this, the same thing, only more of it. That's why she was doing a photo op with Justin Pearson, of all people, in Memphis, who is not surprisingly running for Congress, believe it or not. And what a surprise. Now that he wants to go to Congress, he's decided to completely drop that asinine, loud, faux Southern preacher man shtick that he was doing.
Hi, everyone. I'm Representative Justin J. Pearson. I have the honor and privilege of representing District 86 in the Tennessee House of Representatives, and I'm a candidate for the United States Congress, District 9. And I just want to thank these amazing Congresswomen for being here with us.
When XAI and Elon Musk decided they were coming into our community, my fight and organizing skills have not gone away.
And for those of you who may be surprised by this more subdued, faux, studious version of this guy, keep in mind, this is how he used to talk when he first decided to start seeking political office.
Hey everybody, I'm Justin J. Pearson, and I'm running for president of BSG. There are a few reasons that we're running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent all voices in a conversation? I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Bowdoin Democrats to the Bowdoin Republicans. I want to bring together different voices, dissenting voices, voices that may be more liberal or more conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle where conversation and dialogue happens and growth happens.
Did you get that? This guy comes out sounding exactly like Obama. Oh, I want to be pulling from voices for Republicans and Democrats, both liberal and conservative. We're going to be representing the radical middle. And doesn't that sound exactly like what Barack Obama did? He had all of these Republicans and so-called centrists running around. That way he did absolutely nothing for Black people because he was representing the radical middle. Except the radical middle was not squarely on the side of Black people. This is the kind of pap and pablum that you spout when you're trying to get the support of party bosses who want to know that you're going to toe the line. They also need to understand that basically you are politically fluid. Yes, I'm doing the play on terms such as gender fluid. Well, this guy's politically fluid. That's what they want to see. He wasn't doing political dog whistling when he was running for student body whatever. This was a flat-out foghorn. This guy was desperate to get himself on some white Democrat or Republican's radar. Hey, look at me. I'm an up-and-comer, and I already know the script. I'll play right along. And once the Democrats helped him get into the Tennessee legislature, that's exactly what he did. This was in the days right after Obama was president. Back then, Justin Pearson was trying to position himself in the same vein as Obama. You know, this nouveau Democrat, Black educated flunky. So this guy is code switching like a car on hydraulics. And the group that Cortez was a part of, they were doing a get out the vote rally later on that day. So as usual, there's no real policy on data centers coming. It's just vote for us. Democrats should be working to organize statewide referendums to break the GOP's backs in Tennessee. But they don't do that unless there's something about abortion on the ballot. And believe it or not, all that nonsense isn't the reason that I made Ocasio-Cortez the subject of this morning's briefing. Back in 2017, I made my now classic video, The Deadly Deception of Kamala Harris. I was warning people then that she was clumsily trying to position herself for a presidential run. This no sooner than she had set foot in the Senate, because this is exactly what Obama did right after he won his Senate seat in 2004. He made it a habit to get into pointless spitball fights with W's administration officials during Senate hearings, and always making sure to do that so that he could get the cameras to pay attention to him. Oh, look, there were fireworks on Capitol Hill today. There were sparks flying. There was back and forth. It was all political theater meant to give Senator Obama some headlines so that he could stay in the public eye. Well, Kamala did the same thing during Trump's first term, and it was excruciatingly clear, to me at least, what she thought she was going to do. Dumb as she was, subtlety will never be her strong suit. Now, I'm not saying that Alexandria Cortez is definitely going to run for president, but she's been trying to get people to take her seriously ever since she got elected. And ever since she put together the squad, it's been smelling like Cortez has been doing whatever she can to get the white media to start calling her presidential. She's so desperate for them to apply that word, she'll do anything to get some headlines saying she's starting to look presidential. But of course, there is nothing presidential about this woman. When Obama was a senator, he visited the Gulf Coast right after Hurricane Katrina, a man-made disaster. He went down to Houston for a photo op, but he didn't do anything, which of course is also exactly what he did after another man-made disaster by the Republicans, the poisoning of the Flint water supply. Obama blew into town in that case, pretended to drink some water, ostensibly to prove that it was safe, and then immediately afterwards he blew right out of town again. Didn't do anything, no policies, no punishments for the people involved, nothing. Gee, for some strange reason, Ocasio-Cortez's visit to Memphis feels the exact same way and looks the exact same way. I wonder why. She's already been incompetently trying to recreate the Obama playbook, starting spitball fights with Republicans during committee hearings. The field of contenders for 2028 is not yet clear, and it's looking pretty thin, with Gavin Newsom all but sure to run. Ocasio-Horseface, though, might think that she too can become a dark horse candidate, or maybe even pull a Hillary Clinton and finesse herself a cabinet-level position if she chooses to run. None of this is etched in stone, but with Jasmine Crockett now nothing more than a political footnote, that's one less loudmouth female politician for Cortez to have to contend with, so she gets to try to have the pretend girl power crown all to herself. And that's why she's in Memphis, talking about pollution from data centers, a black city. She's not pushing legislation, she's just doing a photo op. Now, look, I don't mind if she wants to criticize data centers and the pollution that they cause. I actually agree with her. But she wasn't saying anything that we didn't already know. All she was there for was a thinly veiled, clumsy front for a get-out-the-vote campaign stop. To do a political rally afterwards means that this was the real reason that she showed up. Where's the agenda that she's putting on the table? Where are the policy proposals that she's advancing? In other words, what law is she pushing to address the pollution and to punish it? We can agree that data centers are an environmental disaster and that they're just polluting the water and air wherever they set up shop. They're basically a big bubble for billionaires. But why aren't Democrats like Cortez running on a specific policy to not just rein in the data center industry, but to make it where these local politicians can't just run roughshod over their own constituents? Because if ever there was a predatory economic force that needed federal regulation and oversight, it's these data centers. So why are the Democrats doing nothing about it? Perhaps it's because places like California have nearly 300 data centers. And the state with the largest number of data centers in America is Virginia, which, in case you didn't know, is a Democratic stronghold now. The governor, the state legislature, and both senators from that state are all Democrats. And the majority of congressional House members from Virginia are also Democrats. And they've presided over the largest number of data centers being built anywhere in America. There are more data centers in Virginia than any other state in America, including Texas, and it's not even close. Oh, and before I forget, Congresswoman Cortez's home state of New York is also home to almost 150 data centers alone. So where's her proposed legislation for New York to make data centers have to build their own water purification systems and to also have money set aside for their own environmental cleanup? Where's the legislation to make it easy and straightforward to bring lawsuits against them for noise pollution, water pollution, and air pollution? Where are the policies to punish the data centers? Because if they're not doing that, then these little old press conferences are meaningless. Again, I'm actually in agreement about the profound environmental damage that data centers do, especially to places where Black people live. And I don't argue against bringing attention to it. My problem is that they're piggybacking off this issue just to give Justin Pearson a PR boost. That would be good for the Democratic Party, but it would change absolutely nothing for Black people in Memphis or anywhere else in America. Justin Pearson has not and is not going to represent anything other than Justin Pearson. He'll buck dance, shuck, jive, hoop, holler, and make a fool of himself for whoever he thinks is going to help him out in the moment. Glad handing with Kamala Harris. Yeah, for a hot second, all these Democrat shills thought that they were riding a wave, but it turned out they were just in the middle of an earthquake. This is not a serious anything. Any person who went from trying to be an up-and-coming Obama wannabe figure to the sideshow buffoon that he became in the Tennessee legislature shows how unserious he is. Of course, he's never said one piddling word about reparations. And notice he hasn't said a word about using state referendums to undermine and break the backs of these red state legislatures. They're not putting any sort of agenda on the table. No matter what they tell you, allowing Republicans to run around causing all kinds of racist mischief is far more useful to Democrats than actually doing anything to stop them. After all, they would lose an issue if they did. The Democrats do want to solve problems for all their other constituents. But where Black people are concerned, they see us as the problem. So while I'm not going to say that this is my formal announcement that you better watch out for the would-be presidential campaign of Horseface Cortez, but it is me telling you that this woman has all the earmarks of someone who might be putting together an exploratory committee for her own clumsy, half-brained attempt to see if maybe, just maybe, she can actually run for the presidency. Stranger things have happened. But if these Democrats are really so hot and bothered about how Black communities are regularly used as dumping grounds for white corporate pollution, then what are they doing for reparations? Because everything from weaponizing infrastructure against us to allowing redlining to continue all the way to the present, to corporations dumping toxic waste into Black neighborhoods, all of these things demand redress. But who isn't demanding it is Alexandria Cortez, Ayanna Pressley, or Justin Pearson. The only thing they're demanding is that we vote for them. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Chevalier Foster, E-Rock, D. Sherrod, Fidel Phillips, and Kiko Hayes. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, y'all. What are y'all thoughts on what the good professor just laid out about ALC and Justin Punk-ass Pearson?
Yeah, my thoughts are that Justin Pearson, AOC, they're pandering, right? Learning from Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, they realized that, yeah, we need to have Republicans, Democrats, independents if we want to win in 2026, and they're not offering tangibles. And I find it interesting how Professor Truth unexpectedly agreed with AOC, because I know he's very independent about. But he definitely makes a great point that, okay, it's great that Justin Pearson and AOC are talking about the issues data centers, but the key is what kind of policies they're going to propose moving forward to galvanize voters.
Right.
And both of them did not mention reparations, because American freedmen affected by data centers, they definitely need to be compensated, right? Because when like what Lady Jay said before, data centers are kind of are very similar to like cancer alleys. And victims, they got to be compensated because there's a cost to it, right? Money's involved.
Yeah.
And I was surprised. Justin Pearson said the radical middle. Wow.
Yeah. Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
What are your thoughts, Lady Che? Go ahead.
Well, considering that I was the first to bring it up, bring that particular data center to the forefront at the RBA. I've been talking about that particular one for a minute, for a long, almost a year. Yeah. So nothing that this talking about is like, it's not brand new to me, but it may be brand new to everybody else. But on the RBA, we have discussed that several times, that data center has been killing Black people for real, for real. And I've said it that Elon Musk loves killing Black people. So I mean it, because he does. That data center has caused everything from COPD. Like I said, I'd be telling about it all the time, that the people in that community some of them elders had never touched a cigarette in their life to have COPD and die from it, or to have any problems with their heart or their nervous system or their brain, anything like that until that data center was put up. I've been saying that for almost a year. And I was like the first one to bring it to everybody's attention. Just said, I don't watch the RBA. It's not the RBA. But I think that that's what I'm always talking about. They tokenize a community. They pander. They're doing all this political grandstanding, but no real policies are made. And if you have an opportunity to go to one of these little stupid ass photo op sessions, make it a point to fucking to stress your demands. What are you going to do for us? How are you going to fix it? What are you going to do? What kind of policies are you genuinely going to bring forward to changing it? Things like that. Like, I mean, we are doing the best now. Now that we're getting thoroughly and fully educated. Oh, look, it's Khalifa. Hi, Khalifa. Hey, pretty little girl. Where my baby at?
Hi, Khalifa.
Pretty little Khalifa, my Khalifa. Hi, baby.
Khalifa agrees with you, Lady Tay, about the policies.
She's finally letting me touch her and stuff. I just do more socialize with that. But honestly, family, this is that lady cannot lead us to nothing. She doesn't really lead us to anything except bullshit. So and Justin Pearson, like, yeah, he might have toned it down, but last week I just showed on the RBA him doing his church shit, you know what I mean? At an event where he was talking and stuff, and I skimmed right through it because it was just a lot of you know, like reverend type like black church, and it's extra black church, not like, you know, news we could use. You know, so I say that I agree with the professor, man. She shouldn't be being presidential of anything, and you know, if he's gonna try to put his best foot forward, he already kind of did it with the Democratic Party. Once you go Democrat, man, it's hard to really backpedal out of it and do something different, especially well-meaning or not. He's there to get into to advance his position. That's really what he's trying to do right now. So you could either vote that in or not, but he's not saying anything specific to what he's going to change or what he's going to talk about. It, you know, like, yeah, it sounds good, you know what I mean? But there's no real policy change. And people in Tennessee, family, really tear him apart. Like, if you're going to put him in Congress, you need to really see what he's really, how strong is his character. Like, you really, how strong is what he's saying is really going to hold water. You know, to our family in Tennessee, we really need you, we need you to go ahead and handle up with that light work, because he just thinks he can just float and say whatever and still be aligned with white policymakers and stuff like that. You know, that's not in our black interest. And if it's not in our black interest, we know it's definitely not in your black interest.
Yeah. And also, right. And I was going to add to just wanted to add, AOC is controlled by House Minority Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So I believe AOC is not offering any policies because she does not want to disrupt the status quo. And Nancy Pelosi told or advised AOC, be careful how you frame the policies to the public. Say that, yes, this is a big problem. When you re-elect me, I will make sure the policies will go through, but then doesn't offer specific policies, or she's run away from the policies she needs to champion in 2018. And yes, AOC is definitely a controlled opposition and also paid as well. So be careful, New Yorkers. There's several independent candidates. You can definitely definitely put them on the ballot as much as possible, or just go third party, sit on the couch. I mean, those are the options. Yeah, and I'm gonna say this to Democratic socialists. I know several Democratic socialists, including Mark Kairos, is listening. Mark Kairos, if you're listening to this or watching, Jesse, so
Yeah.
Lady Shay and me, Mark Kairos, please listen to Jesse and Lady Shay. They have something valuable to offer. They're also not only boots on the ground, but they're also foundation. Mark Kairos, I saw Mark Kairos. You're very smart because when you answer to Jesse about representing, when you say we, yes. Marcos, it's better you can elaborate more. And Myra Kairos, I emailed Jesse, let's see, reparations questions, right? Kind of like an education,
Yeah.
which will help Myra Kairos to understand the breakdown, understand the difference between race-based remedies and lineage-based.
Yeah.
Yeah. And progressives, please stop trying to learn from Obama, Bill Clinton about being vague, unclear. Be specific and be intentional, and also include lineage-based Caspian reparations for American freedmen of chattel slavery, walking, chewing gum at the same time.
Right.
I mean, of course, I know the progressives; they're going to get upset with me, anyways.
Oh well. Let's see who else. Okay, Lady Che, was that your final thoughts?
Yep.
Yeah. How about you, Jesse? What's your thoughts? We want to hear yours.
To hell with ALC and the hell with Justin Pearson. I already gave my thoughts. They ain't gonna do shit for us.
Right.
For black people. So they shouldn't vote.
Vote. I have a question, Jesse. Have you ever cussed at them before, like saying the F word? I'm sure that's to scare them off to do something immediately.
Yeah, I've cussed at several politicians.
Did they ever change?
If they're still in office.
Well, I'm saying like running for office, I mean.
Oh yeah. They changed their stance.
Okay, cool.
All right, so moving along, we got the Nolan Wells case, and we got Nancy Grace versus Officer Tater Tots.
Nancy Grace been giving that workout, man.
So Lisa gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
Interviewed a couple of those white teenage kids. Well, he was. Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Now, many of you may know just from being online, Officer Tatum interviewed a couple of those white teenage kids. Well, he went on Nancy Grace, and she really railroaded him when you really think about it, but you will see. So anyway, he really goes above and beyond trying to protect them white teens. This man is a disgrace. I don't blame anybody for not listening to him. I normally don't. I don't like him. I don't particularly care for his style of podcast. I don't like it. And I know he's a grifter. He's a coon. And he does not try to hide his disdain for other melanated people. So there's a list of reasons why I don't care for him. But he could not outwit Nancy Grace during this interview. Now, in part of the interview, you're going to hear him actually lie. He tries to say those white teens took a polygraph and passed it. They did not actually get hooked up to a polygraph. They were asked a series of questions and they answered the questions. And I don't see how that's a polygraph. That's not a polygraph. And she kind of corners him until he admits it wasn't a polygraph. And he's only going on their words. He didn't see any results on whether they passed or failed on these answers. So, and a dude is full of crap. So you're about to see it. Shalom to everybody in the chat. Hope you're doing well today. All right, let me share my screen. And be honest with you, I'm not even crazy about Nancy Grace. You know, she's one of those people that rose up on the OJ trial. And she just went in front of the cameras being all loud and rowdy, opposing OJ. And that's how she really rose up and ended up getting her own TV show. In fact, a couple of them ended up with TV shows from the OJ trial. Thank you for the ones.
Officer Tatum just went on Nancy Grace's show and got an up-close and personal look at real journalism. I want you to watch this video and then stay until the end because there's a very important point I'd like to make.
Objection. You've been in court long enough to know you're gonna get objections. You said you didn't have great reception, but you did have reception, did you not?
No, there was reception there. It just wasn't great, and it wasn't great enough for people, in my opinion, to upload. You can make a phone call potentially, but you wasn't gonna upload data to a social media account. Now, could people take the steps to do it if they're dedicated enough? Yes, but it doesn't appear that would have been a frequent thing, given the fact that you probably had 1 or 2 bars out there. And I heard evidence of that. Not only did I see evidence of it when I went out there myself personally with my cell phone, when I listened to the CO call, you could tell that the call dropped out several times. It seemed like they were having trouble at times hearing each other. So it is consistent. And anybody that travel out there that have gone to the 4th of July celebration, they know that the reception is not very great. So the videos that they showed me in call logs were things that were not associated to social media, that they never posted on social media. It was, pictures and videos that they took on their phone.
Okay. Let me refine my question. I take it from your last answer that the answer is yes, you had reception on Horn Island.
Yes, I did have reception on Horn Island.
We just played that CO call. It's 2 words, SEATOW, and it's kind of insurance that people have that are boat goers. And if you have a problem, CO will come and tow you back to the mainland. They said they had a problem. They said they were taking on water. One of your takes is that all the chatter that we're hearing, wake up, Nolan, are you dead, Nolan, wake the F up, Nolan, could be referring to the battery, the bilge on the boat, that it's all unclear. Regarding the boat being disabled, apparently it was not. Listen.
So first, at 9:56 a.m.
In 2026, there's a very important skill that you have to have, and that is the skill of discernment. You have to be able to discern whether the person you're listening to is an actual expert or authority over the subject matter that they are covering. We live in a world where people can just gain a bunch of followers, and then we assume that because they have a lot of followers, they have a lot of credibility. And Officer Tatum has been behaving like a journalist while not actually doing the professional role of journalist. When he was interviewing the 2 boys that were with Nolan Wells, that was not an interview in pursuit of the truth. That was an interview in helping these 2 boys get their narrative out that makes them appear to be innocent. Now, I say that they might actually be innocent. I don't actually know. But the interview that he was doing was helping them get the narrative out that puts them in the best light. But Nancy Grace, a real journalist with a prosecuting attorney background, you see that she's actually in pursuit of the truth. So every time this man said something that was incongruent to the facts, she called him on it. She pursued it. She asked him really difficult questions and made him very uncomfortable during this interview. And I want you to also notice, he treated her very differently than the way he talks on his platform. He was a lot more soft. He was a lot more respectful. He was a lot more timid. He was noticeably uncomfortable, even nervous. Why is that? Why do you think on his platform, when he's talking to mostly Black people, he's very aggressive, he's very arrogant, he's very almost abusive? But when he's talking to Nancy Grace, completely different energy. I would argue, number one, her race. Number two, her attitude and her credibility and her authority. She does not put up with BS, and a person who's completely full of it, she would not tolerate and continue to pursue the truth. So as you are consuming information, not just in the Nolan Wells case, but also of anything on the internet, please try as hard as you can to ask yourself, is this person an actual authority, or are they just performing as an authority because they want clicks, views, money, whatever the situation may be. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned. Please follow, and I'll keep you updated on what's going on in the news, and I will definitely keep you updated on the Nolan Wells case, and I'll continue to decode clinically the things that I'm seeing online.
Photos, videos, snaps of that day on Horn Island.
I want people to be very clear with this. I spent my career putting people in jail. My career is based on getting justice for people who have been done wrong. I've never been a defense attorney. So me going out and doing this was to find out what happened to Nolan Wells. And in talking to these young men, the burden of proof is they're going to have to prove to me. I'm not going to listen to what they say out of their mouth. They're going to show me. And in many cases, they showed me videos of Nolan on the island. They showed me videos of the boat when they were getting towed out, which is consistent with, kind of similar to what the phone call was. I mean, they showed me pictures of them with Nolan. They showed me phone records of them calling Nolan's mom and all of the above. So they seemed very...
All that don't say shit. And they still don't have on the same clothes that they had on when they was with Nolan.
Consistent. They seemed very genuine. And they also proved to me some of the things that they had told me in the interview that I had with them that I have uploaded on my YouTube channel.
Officer Tatum, are you telling me that they had reception on Horn Island? Because many people are saying, well, the reason that there's nothing on Nolan's phone of that day, like there's no pictures, there's no snaps, there's no text, there's no anything, not because it was deleted, but because he didn't have reception. But you're telling me the other boys did have snaps, photos, videos, and reception?
Yeah, no, Nancy, let me clarify this for you.
Don't stutter now, Ninja! Don't stutter now!
Yeah, no.
Former prosecutor with nearly a decade of courtroom experiences. Former prosecutor. Nancy Grace is a former prosecutor. Rage Batum Tatum just said he never played a defense. That lets you know he's trying to defend the boys. Check it out, y'all.
It wasn't that they uploaded this online. They showed me videos and things that they took from the boat during the outing on 4th of July. I was personally out at Horn Island. I rode out there on a boat, and I didn't have great reception there. And I left my phone in the boat when I got into the water and we were actually going out to do interviews.
Objection. You've been in court long enough to know you're going to get objections. You said you...
She's not playing. She said, shut your ass up. You're not used to this right here. You on my platform. Ain't nobody playing with you, boy.
Didn't have great reception, but you did have reception, did you not?
No, there was reception there. It just wasn't great, and it wasn't great enough for people, in my opinion, to upload. You can make a phone call, potentially, but you wasn't going to upload data to a social media account. Now, could people take the steps to do it if they're dedicated enough? Yes, but it doesn't appear that would have been a frequent thing.
Have the friends taken polygraphs?
Well, from my understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph, and from what was told to me, that they all passed. And all of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And they cooperated with law enforcement. So from my understanding, everybody took a polygraph test. Why do you say that's
from what you understand? Did they tell you they took a poly and passed?
Yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there. So that's what I'm saying from my understanding. They told me that all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lot to take the test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So according to what they told me, they all took a lot of tech tests and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lot of tech tests. It's not a traditional lot of tech test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person is lying. I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lot of different methodology. I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze the.
Stop it, tater tots.
He just lied. In the beginning, he said they took lie detector tests, they took a polygraph, and they passed. Now he's backtracking and he's saying it wasn't a polygraph, but that's what he said in the beginning. He's trying, like I said, he's trying his best to defend these white teens. That's exactly what he's doing. That ain't, a stress test, that's not a polygraph, but he said it was. All right. He said it was a polygraph and they passed the polygraph. Now he's backtracking.
So then the answer to did they take a polygraph would be no.
Well, yeah, I think it could be semantics because they took a test to analyze whether or not they were being truthful in their statements, and that certified test, they passed it. It just wasn't considered a traditional polygraph. I think it's a more advanced way.
There he go with the semantics, Lady Che.
Random Tatum. Hold on. In a
red gates magic.
Keeping for them friends. Did they take polygraph tests?
From my understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph, and
okay, cool. So all of them except one did take a polygraph test.
From what was told to me, that they all passed, and all of.
Oh, so you haven't seen a polygraph test because this is what was told to you.
The ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And so
you have no concrete information, wasn't there, but you also know that they took the polygraphs without lawyers there. Oh, okay.
Oh, and they cooperated with law enforcement. So
seems like you're making a whole lot of assertions.
My understanding, everybody took a polygraph test
from
but
what
one.
You understand?
Thank you, Nancy. I have the same question.
They tell you they took a poly and passed.
Yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there, so
wasn't there and have no information, but everything that they told you is just good as the gospel.
Warren also cooperated. He didn't take a lot to take the test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So,
and you don't think it's significant that Warren didn't take the lie detector test because you interviewed him and he seemed believable?
They all took a lie detector test and passed, and it's an equivalent of a lie detector test.
It's the equivalent of a lie detector test. Wait a second. So they didn't take a lie detector test, the tradition.
There is nothing equivalent to a lie detector test. They were not hooked up to a polygraph. So I don't know what he's talking about equivalent to a lie detector test. If that's the case, then give us the specific name of this equivalent test. He can't.
Exactly, Lisa.
Show the results from each one that took it. He can't do that. It's just him babbling, and we're just supposed to take his word for it. That's all it is.
That's it, Lisa.
Like I said, he's going all out trying to protect these white teens. For real.
Shame on you. Lie detector test?
Not a traditional lie detector test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person is lying.
Officer Tatum, we're not talking about theology. Did you mean technology? Are you nervous?
I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lie detector test.
So now you don't even know the name of the test that they took. All these tests that they took that you said that they passed and cooperated with police, you don't even know the name of the test.
So then the answer to did they take a polygraph would be no.
Absolute disgrace. You have no concrete information, don't know nothing, ain't seen nothing, can't verify nothing, but you out here caping. Disgrace. Hope you like being on that side.
Right.
All right, so welcome to part 2 of the breakdown with Officer Tatum and totally embarrassing himself and showing us that he lacks a lot of evidence that he's so factuated with and that he so strongly pushes, and turns out he has no damn clue. But part 2, shall we?
Seemed very genuine, and they also proved to me some of the things that they had told me in the interview that I had with them that I have uploaded on my YouTube channel.
Officer Tatum, are you telling me that they had deception on Horn Island? Because many people are saying, well, the reason that there's nothing on Nolan's phone of that day, like there's no pictures, there's no snaps, there's no text, there's no anything, not because it was deleted, but because he didn't have reception. But you're telling me the other boys did have snaps, photos, videos, and reception?
Yeah, no, Nancy, let me clarify this for you. It wasn't that they uploaded this online. They showed me videos and things that they took from the boat during the outing on 4th of July. I was personally out at Horn Island. I rode out there on a boat, and I didn't have great reception there. And I left my phone in the boat when I got into the water, and we were actually going out to do interviews.
Objection. Objection.
Yeah.
You've been in court long enough to know you're going to get objections. You said you didn't have great reception, but you did have reception, did you not?
No, there was reception there. It just wasn't great.
So you see how easy she caught him up. Now, all of a sudden, it is actually reception out on Horn Island. So many people told me it's 10 miles out, you have no reception. Though it might be spotty, you do have reception. So, and also, and put this in context, the other boys had video evidence. They had pictures and everything. They actually took some. And even if they didn't have internet access, you know, you could save it on your phone because of Snapchat and you can post it later. We do understand that. So the fact that Nolan has nothing and is completely cleared out of everything is blasphemy.
Yeah.
He actually got himself caught up because he said he left his phone on the boat when he got out because of lack of reception or because he was having trouble getting reception. But also in the same sentence, he explained that it was actual service connection on that island. And as you see by Nancy Grace, she specifically asked him, so is there reception or not? Because you said there is, and he said, yeah, there is some. So for all the people that are saying, oh, you can't get no reception out there, that is a proven wrong. You just heard it from the person that y'all love to run behind. He just said there's absolutely reception out there. It might be spotty, but it is reception. It might take you a little while to send it, but you can. Carry on.
That don't seem very accurate. And why nobody talking about where's his black friends? I don't know where that's at either.
Now, this is one of the biggest things that gets me. In the video you just seen, he said, now where's all his black friends? I don't hear nobody talking about that. You talking about the black friends that was interviewed first publicly? Are you talking about them? Or you talking about the black friends that wasn't on the boat when he went out there with his white friends? What exactly are you saying? See, what Officer Tatum is trying to do is he's trying to switch races. He's trying to make it look like that his black friends, in fact, had something to do with it. And I'm going to tell you who he's trying to make it look like has something. He's trying to make it look like that Javon Williams young man has something to do with it. Why you think he said, where are all his black friends? He's not talking about the ones that's interviewing with him. He's talking about Javon Williams. Javon, if you know anything, you better get talking. Because I'm telling you, they're about to spit it on you. Because you know what? You were supposed to left on that island with him if he was indeed still on that island. They're trying to paint it on you. They're trying to push it on you. And that's what exactly is Officer Tatum's, that's his motive. He's trying to get it off them and trying to put it on someone of the same race so it won't be a race war or it won't be found out what's going on in that race, in that town. You better watch what you're doing. Watch yourself. That man is an infiltrator. He's planning to do this for a reason. He's planning to have black people going at it with black people. He's planning to take your mind off of what's actually going on. The fact that he said, where's all the black people? When there is none in question of the actual case. Why aren't you saying, where are the culprits? Where are this and that? You're saying, where are the black people? You are more aggressive with that. And there is, according to them, there is none. It's Ocean Springs. I didn't see nobody dark out there. I didn't see nobody fool. All we seen was mixed people. If that's what y'all want to go off of. So what are you actually saying, Officer Tatum? See, y'all, this is why I say he needs to be called in.
Yeah, the hell with
he needs to be investigated himself. He needs to be hit with tampering with evidence or, you know, subpoenaed or given a court order to say he needs to stay away because he is causing more of a problem.
Yes, he is.
Now, if you want to help the crumps and help everybody else, which we do appreciate, you keep your dumb ass out there and keep looking stupid because you can't answer a question. You can't answer it with your chest because you completely manufactured most of your findings. and it's obvious. See, my thing is, why isn't it emphasis on pressuring the young man to find out who actually bought those drinks for them?
Right.
Who actually supplied them with the drinks? What store they got them from? I don't care. If they went and got them themselves, what store did it come from? Right. If somebody bought it from them, which adult bought it from them? Because whether y'all trying to push this toxicology and you putting out the narrative that Nolan was drinking, he was heavily drunk. All of them was heavily drunk if you listen to the phone call, if that's the case. But Nolan the only one that didn't come back. Nolan the only one that's dead. So I don't want to hear that.
I don't want to hear it.
I'm just wondering why these adults that was on that island wasn't called in for questioning to find out who provided those young men with drinks. Because whoever bought those drinks, and if something happened to Nolan, you know what? They are the cause of it. Because you fed that young man who was under 21 drinks. You bought them and supplied them with those drinks. We want to know who they are as well. Why haven't they? Why isn't that something you push? Y'all push the toxicology. Won't you push out why they was able to get intoxicated?
Right.
Can we find that out? Because if it's not bought by someone grown or it's not purchased illegally, then how was it given?
Right.
This never happens, correct? If it's so much of a toxicology issue, so somebody needs to be arrested. Somebody needs to be brought in. Somebody needs to be questioned. And the fact that they operated a boat, a motor vehicle under the influence is a crime in itself.
Yeah.
There's so many more answers and so many more crimes that took place. So many breakings of the law that took place. Why aren't these being brought to the forefront? Because we need to know what's going on with these as well.
Right.
You know what it is.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, that needs to be investigated. Who got them kids drunk?
That's a great question. And Nancy Grace sounded more like a judge cross-examining the lawyer.
Yeah.
All I know is Tatum got caught up there with Nancy Grace a couple of times. So no, he's full of shit. There's nothing equivalent to a polygraph. Either you took a polygraph or you didn't.
Right.
And as far as toxicology, he doesn't know what's on Nolan's toxicology report.
Nope.
You know, he's going off what those white guys said. Oh, he was drunk. But I think they were all drunk, y'all. You can even listen to that call and you can tell
that they were drunk.
That team that was on the phone talking was drunk.
Yep.
You could hear it. So, I mean, yeah, he really is an Uncle Ruckus.
Yep.
He really, truly is.
Yep.
And I don't think he made things better for those boys. Now, my question is, when they all came back without Nolan, why didn't the police confiscate every single phone that was on that boat?
Yeah, like they did.
Every person that had a phone on that boat, they should have taken every last one of those phones to look at the video, to see what kind of pictures were taken.
Right.
You know, because a lot of these teens are stupid and they'll film things they have no business filming. So the fact that they didn't do that, that says a lot right there.
Wow.
You know, Mississippi police got a bad reputation.
Yep.
They've had a bad one for many decades.
Yep.
And as you can see, they are still operating on the same system from 60, 70 years ago.
Yep.
They haven't changed at all. Just like the police chief trying to declare no wrongdoing and all this stuff. Man, shut up. Nothing was even done at that point. But this is what they are used to doing, especially when the circumstances, you know, is a melanated person gone and the last ones around them were white. Yeah, they always wanted to dismiss the whole thing. So from what I understand, Nolan's mom is filing all kinds of lawsuits against them now. She's throwing them lawsuits around, and because she says she's trying to find answers. So this is going to be an interesting case.
Yes, it is, Lisa.
You know, and the grand jury, I'm not happy that this is going to a grand jury at all. I'm not happy about that at all. You know, just the entire premise of a grand jury, you know, just like Breonna Taylor, you saw how that went before a grand jury and they screwed her over.
Yeah.
But see, Daniel Cameron, another coon, did that on purpose.
Yeah.
So, and now we see Officer Tatum. You know why they went to him, y'all? He's a safe Negro.
Yep.
That's why. He ain't going to challenge them. He's not going to really give them hard questioning, you know, because they're his favorite color. He's going to go easy on them.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he did. And you can tell he was helping that teen along with the interview, because if you watch that whole interview, there are parts where you can clearly see the camera was stopped and then restarted. So you can see when there were times when, you know, what he was saying might not have been good for him to say. All of a sudden the camera would cut out and then come back on. You know what I mean? I saw that a couple of times in that interview. I said, okay, he must have veered off and started saying things they did not want on camera. So, yeah, I stand firm on what I said. Officer Tatum is trying to help these white teens. He's going above and beyond to protect them.
Yeah, he is.
All right. Clarence Stewart, thank you for the 30 Jules Flower. Enoch to Revelations, thank you for the 250 Jules. Laughing Disco, thank you both for your support from my channel. Colonel Sly, Colonel Sly. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate what you do for the family. And I thank you. Thank you so much. August Dreams. Brandon Tatum is a coon.
Yeah.
Just a disgrace. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. And thank you for your support from my channel. Black Noise, thank you for the 200 Jules. Sunshine, thank you so much. Black Noise, thank you for the 10 Jules. Gold coin, thank you. ADR, thank you for the 550 Jules. Stay hydrated. Yeah, absolutely. You too. Pooh Bynum, thank you for the 2 Jules, 100. And Jesse Paris, thank you for the 2 Jules, Silver Star. I deeply appreciate all of your support from my channel. Thank you so much.
Hell no.
Thank you.
Hate that shit.
All right. You know, y'all, every time I get on this live, somebody all of a sudden calls me. Even times when I'm on mute and you really can't hear me when the video is playing, somebody is always calling me. So anyway, y'all, thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
And, you know, Officer Tatum, people like him can be dangerous.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, the fact that he built an entire platform that's anti-Black, and you look stupid as hell. You sitting there, a melanated man with an anti-Black platform.
Yeah.
What a disgrace. There should be a special place in the lake of fire for Brandon Tatum, for real. So y'all, thank you so much. And I will see you on the next live. I'm still in the works of setting things up. So just be on the lookout. And don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. All right, y'all. What are your thoughts on Lisa and Officer Tatum and Nancy Grace?
Yes, you know, Officer Tatum, you know, he's not a great attorney, right? I mean, he knows these cases very well inside out. He needs, I mean, not to mention about redacting the test that some of his clients took and saying that one client took this test, but then he said rest of the clients took the same test or different tests. I'm like, you gotta get your story correct, you know what I mean? Especially a lawyer himself, yeah, and being cross-examined by
He ain't no damn lawyer.
Wait, he's a cop.
He's a former Tucson pig.
Right. And yeah, it's just yeah, and he was being grilled hard by Nancy Grace, and she did her homework.
Yes, he did. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I mean, he wasn't ready for Nancy Grace. He didn't, like, I mean, just watching Nancy Grace has been on there for a long time. As an asshole, she's been an ass for a long time. But she'll ride that helmet, man. He should have known what kind of white fucking white fucking villain he was going to fucking see. That lady is a villain, and she gets the job done. Like that's why she's on there that long. He wasn't ready for her. She's gonna question about it. She's like, Brandon, stop. Stop. Excuse me, stop. Objection. You should know you're gonna be objected to. Like, I mean, God, the way she was saying it was so gross. I was like, my skin was crawling. She's like, now, Brandon. It was so gross and so ugly. He wasn't ready. He was not ready. And she did it. And not only that, you know, I'm not caught up in all the stuff that happened this week with the case, but like, geez, I stopped watching after that press conference when Crumb Cake had everybody up there. I don't even pay attention. But I was like, there's a lot of stuff that this case will just keep you just entwined with these little distractive things. I'm gonna check back. Like, I don't know those types of good check back in like 2 weeks, see if any progress has happened aside from all this accusation and accusing and the nerve, right? The nerve of him bringing up, well, what about his black friends? First of all, I didn't know there was any black friends. Like, that was
friends. We're gonna get to a black friend here shortly.
I didn't know there was any black friends because that was a contentious discussion me and my brother were having. I was like, look, do you see any other black people who were spanning we were watching one of the Taylor House videos, right? I'm like, do you see any black people there? Do you see any black people in these 14, 15 boats that were out there? And I was like, I do want to say this though. Shame on the motherfucking Coast Guard. Like, if you know that there's somebody taking on water and you don't go check yourself, you just go off the words of man, they got it. Somebody got told about there. The way that first interview was with Brandon Tatum, there was 3 motherfucking ships, and Nolan was on the one that went down in the water. We'll just pause right there, right? And on that particular boat, there was like 18 motherfuckers on that boat, which is a lot of people for that motherfucking boat, which according to my brothers, that's a lot of people, right? And then at the end of it, you only take a few back. So what happened to the caravan of people that you toted there? Like, you know, like seriously, like if you want to start things from scratch, do it the right way. If you so everybody has there's and the motherfucker sitting on the couch, right? The long, late, musty motherfucking white boy, right? Sitting on the couch. He's describing a caravan of 3 caravan, you know, like multiple vehicles, right? But let's just use that. I'm using it in the sense of boats, right? 3 boat party. Each boat is carrying more people than probably it should, right? And they all go together. So that's like, do the math, 18 plus there, you know, so there's a gang of people, right? We're talking about 40 fucking people. So if he knows all these people that were on each fucking boat, including the young man that didn't come back, right? Then you need to talk to all 40 people that started out the trip. And you end up with at the end of the trip, because you were such a haste to go home, probably because the shit was sinking at fucking mad pace, you know what I mean? But shame on the Coast Guard for not doing a fucking perimeter check just to make sure everything was straight. I could be like, yeah, I got it, but really, I'm being a knucklehead. I really ain't got it. My boat sinks faster than I could fucking, you know, talk about because I'm too busy bullshitting in the water. You know what I'm saying? So, shame on the Coast Guard for not checking and not going to do his own proper due diligence. He's just gonna take the word of an alleged grandfather to sound like the same motherfucker that made the call. Right? In the first place. Just note to self. But the other thing is like, look, I didn't think there was any other black people in this little boy's life to really talk about, because he was hanging out with all the wrong ones. And if there was, yeah, I would say that Officer Tatum definitely was trying to, push that line of misdirect and push it back over here, because that's what an enemy to our people would do. You know what I mean? That's that type of fucking cowardly deflection based on his fucking work. Why would you think white people would tell you the truth of anything, Tatum? You know what I mean? They don't even. I mean, that's the whole purpose of White Lives Matter, right?
Right.
White tears matter.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you take anything they say? Like
at face value. Right.
Butter biscuit eating raccoon.
Hard pauses. The motherfucker got a rehearsed conversation. You know what I mean? There's any looking around and fucking shifting in their seat and shit. Like, come on, man. And then he behaving the same way on Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace just barely looking in the camera like, come on now. I'll Tatum, Brandon. So gross. But the real talk though, she was giving him that low level work. That was hardly anything for Nancy Grace, but it was enough to embarrass the shit out of him. You know what I mean? Like I've seen her go more hard body than that on suspected individuals. You know what I mean? When she wants to find answers, that's the one you don't want to get in front of, right? But he decided to put himself in the line of fire for what? Like, for what? Why? If there's not enough answers, if there's more questions than answers, there's something suspicious about a situation. We're gonna be here all year because a lot of things don't make sense. Like I said, I stopped watching after the fucking the press conference with Crump and the three families. I was over it. I was like, not over it, but I didn't want to see any more grandstanding, and I don't like when people capitalize on Black death, stuff like that, and that shit really bothers me. So I try to check out of that. So that's all I gotta say. I'm gonna sit back now. Carry on.
Okay. All right. So moving along, we got Katie. New photos change everything in the Nolan Wells case. So Lisa's gonna give us an update on that as well.
Last night I was up for a while and I was looking at, pictures that were posted of Nolan, and there were many pictures online. But one thing that really stood out. Nolan had an eye for white girls, y'all. He did. And we know the reputation that Mississippi has when it comes down to our men. It's a horrible reputation.
All the way back to Emmett Till.
It's a horrible, horrible reputation. We saw what they did to Emmett Till.
Yep.
And that was over a lie that Carolyn Bryan told.
Yep.
So to this very day, y'all, do you know those racists down there in Mississippi? They always go and shoot up Emmett Till's marker in the spot where they found his body. They shoot that thing up all the time. It's constantly being replaced. Okay? And we know what they did to Medgar Evers.
Yep, they killed him.
Medgar Evers was unalive right in his driveway by Byron Dela Beckwith.
Yeah.
Y'all, they took 30 years to arrest that man. They made sure he was old as hell.
Yep.
Before putting him in jail. They let that man walk free for decades down there. And see, that is the kind of reputation that Mississippi has when it comes down to our people. Remember, Mississippi was like the #1 state for lynchings.
Yeah.
Okay, they did all kinds of heinous things down there to our people. They got a horrible reputation. Even to this very day. Now, if you look at how the investigations go. White Mississippi cops don't like doing investigations where their people did something to one of us, especially unalive us.
Yeah.
And they have to do they don't like doing the investigation. They even tried to say there was no foul play when it came down to Nolan because they don't like doing investigation. Remember, we're dealing with the offspring of the ones that went buck wild doing all them lynchings down there. We're dealing with their offspring now. You think they're any different?
Nope.
They're not. They're not at all. And what a dangerous place to chase white girls is Mississippi. Let's be real, y'all. Nolan was one day going to have to deal with that. But that one day came on that boat. Now, what happened was Nolan was with a girl that dated one of the guys that was on the boat. His name was Bart. And he probably still had feelings for her and felt a certain way. So he was on that boat. So when you see there's a picture out there where you see the white guys on the boat and Nolan is sitting down with Katie in his lap. Now, just picture that. A bunch of white guys all by themselves, they're just really with each other. And the only guy on the boat with a girl is Nolan. And it's a white girl.
Oh, no wonder.
Look, y'all. Look, you know what, Patricia, I'm not in no fear of that. Look, you know what has happened to me online? I'm serious. Do you know what has happened to me online since I've been here? I had a guy back in 2018 make a video on me and brandish a gun. You think I'm scared of some damn lawyer? Some guy brandished a damn gun. Okay, I'm not concerned. There's always going to be somebody trolling you, always going to be someone threatening you. That comes with the territory when you're a YouTube creator, and that is the fact. So, no, I have no fear of that because, look, I have been through it all. I have had my life threatened over a damn video. But good luck if you want to run around and tell people that. So anyway, look, y'all, the bottom line is Mississippi. Reputation has not changed over the years, y'all. Those same people are there. And another piece of info I learned, shout out to Queen Amadaya. Bart's father is a doctor and he does pain management. And Nolan's mother is a nurse practitioner. Do you know they both work at the same hospital? Bart's father and Nolan's mother work at the same hospital.
And the plot just continues to thicken, y'all.
At the end of the day, y'all, at the end of the day,
Lord,
we have our children reality. Nolan was in the deep South chasing white girls.
Oh, man.
If you haven't spoken to your children and you live down in the South and people are seeing that, you need to have that talk.
Right.
And I don't think Nolan's family ever spoke to him about that. And if they did, they have not mentioned that they have spoken about these type of things that occur in the South, in places that got histories of taking our men out for doing exactly that. Okay, I'm sorry. We are in a time where it's survival mode as far as I'm concerned. That's what it is. And the bottom line, y'all, it is not safe to be everywhere as an interracial couple. And Mississippi is definitely one of those places. I'm not saying that there are couples maybe that have gotten together and they're doing okay, but that is definitely not the case for everyone. It sure wasn't the case for Nolan. It wasn't. You know, it wasn't. And I do feel bad for him, but I don't know. You know, when I see stuff like that, I have to wonder if I'm not blaming the mother and father, but did they send Nolan out in the world naive
Yes.
about things?
Yes.
You know what I mean? You know, I know they said they spoke to him about when you go out with a group, you come back with the same group. But did they tell him about what it would be for him to date and be with white girls and hugged all over white girls out in public?
No.
Especially in a predominantly white space? Did they have that conversation?
Hell no.
And I don't know. Did they send him out in the world naive
Yes.
about what life really truly is in America? You know, I'm just being real, y'all.
You right, Lucy.
Where is Nolan in the sisters?
Right.
Now I see him with a couple of, you know, with some other brothers. I see that, but I have yet to see him in pictures with sisters. I haven't seen it. Maybe they'll crop up on the internet soon. I don't know. But the ones I'm looking at is him with white girls. So the moral of this story, y'all, be honest about these things with your children.
Right.
Don't send them out in this world believing everybody is going to be okay with that. Everybody is not going to be okay. Apparently, the people Nolan was around, they were not okay with that stuff.
Nope.
They weren't. You know, that's unrealistic. Hold on, I see the super chat. Nakisha Rogers. I understand that, but that is a very naive thing to do in this world. This world is dangerous.
Yeah.
It really is. You may have, and I'm not talking to you, I'm just speaking in general. You may have a vision of what you want the world to be, but not looking at a person's skin color, you're not living in reality.
Right.
This whole place is fuel on skin color.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying to you. So when you raise your kid to ignore that, I'm just saying you're putting that child in danger. That's why Nolan thought he was safe around all them white teens. He thought he was safe. You know, I think that's a very unrealistic thing, because I promise you, Nolan was only 18 years old, but I bet you for those 18 years, people down in Mississippi were definitely looking at his skin color.
Oh, hell yeah.
For the whole 18 years he was on this planet.
Where is my brother DSB at?
So when you say, oh, well, you know, I don't want to teach my kid to look at skin color, well, to me, you're setting them up for failure at that point. You are.
In my SS crooked letter SS.
You really are. You know, Mississippi was so unruly, y'all. The feds had to go down there.
Yep, so did.
Because when desegregation was going on in the country, Mississippi was one of those places refusing to desegregate.
Mississippi was the last.
They wanted to keep the state of Mississippi segregated.
Mississippi,
and if you go and look at the history, the feds had to go down there and make them follow the damn law. They were running Mississippi like it was a whole separate country within America.
Mississippi flew the.
That's how they were running it.
Y'all, Mississippi Confederate flag all the way up until 2013. I repeat, Mississippi carried the Confederate flag at the State House, flew it all the way up until 2013. So Mississippi is very racist. And Nolan Wells, like he was just caught slipping. I can't even say slipping because they didn't even prepare him for what he was gonna endure with those troglodytes. Did you see how they was at the press conference? Oh, we didn't teach him to see color. Everything's not about race. We didn't think it was going to come down to this. So that just lets you know what they taught him.
Right, that part.
So let me let's continue.
It's like saying, right. It's like saying that everybody's the same, or really like misunderstanding MLK's
we all
speech.
the same color. Don't judge nobody by the content. Judge them by the content of the character, not by the color of their skin, Michael.
Yeah, that's so fun. Oh man, Jesse said it so well. It's funny, but it's real.
I've been judging him since the start of this shit because I'm like, why? It's 2026. Have you not learned yet? Like, this is real. Like, what is wrong with you? I don't feel no fucking. I mean, like, I think the parents did it. Fuck all that. I look at the daddy, the darkest motherfucker on the block, right? He's darker than Crump, and yet he did not set his son up for success. So when I look at the daddy, I like, all right, look, okay, first of all, you got your little, whatever, right? Little big breed. Okay, cool. I get it. Don't let the shit deflect the business. I got it, right? But you didn't set your black ass son up for success by letting him go with these white boys that you casually met here and there at the Waffle House. My guy, do better. You can't now. You had a chance, but you fucked up. You just gonna let him date white girls of all things, Mississippi of all places? Do you not know anything about history? You must be a tether. That's how I feel.
They have moved from somewhere else.
I don't give a fuck.
They wasn't originally in Mississippi.
That shit do with fucking not preparing your, especially when you are like dark chocolate and you have a son that's like milk chocolate and you let him go with white folk.
Right.
Wherever, okay? Mm-hmm. Wherever you let them go. And it's, everybody goes over here. It's a big, nice little party spot of the islands, blah, blah, blah. Okay, right, whatever, but he is the only motherfucker that didn't come back. And you wonder what happened, right? 2 days later. In other words, we just want to figure it out. We all want to figure it out. Well, let's just make it feel impossible. It's Mississippi, and he's amongst them.
Yeah. And
it's like,
I believe Springs is a sundown town.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And also, I would add to it, like what Jesse, like what you said, couple. I mean, from your previous.
Mississippi is a sundown state.
Yeah, sundown state. Yeah, from previous live stream when you said like in the 1960s or 70s, the baby boomers fought for. 60s fought for in the parents of the baby boomers fought for
integration and interracial sexual access.
Access, exactly.
That's what TVA taught us.
Yep. Yeah, and so I think it made like the parents, today too comfortable and telling like their son, "Hey, we live in a diverse country, a melting pot," without realizing
racial society, Michael.
What?
In a post-racial
society, yep. Yeah. Post-racial society, yeah. And
I don't see color, but that's what you color see your black ass. I don't see color. I just see people. If you're on that type of shit, you was in the sunken place.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I think MLK failed, because he didn't vet the allies very closely.
Right. Well, they're just letting anybody in. Same thing with the Panthers, Michael.
Wait, Panthers? I thought the Panthers was very exclusive.
At first, Michael, but then they started being inclusive.
Oh my, inclusive. What's because a lot of pressure from the allies to be included that caused Fred Hampton.
A lot of pressure.
It wasn't no goddamn allies. They was just there to try to use us for a numerical value. And then standing us in our time of need, like Dr. Claude Anderson has been telling us for 50 years.
That's
Right.
true. Carry on.
Okay, it's not currently or historically documented as a sundown town. Sundown towns are communities that intentionally maintain all white population by forcing black residents and other racial minorities out through local laws, violence, or intimidation. Remember I told you about that time I was in Platte Valley, Lady Che, and them tried to run me out the neighborhood? According to research, that's over there by Columbine, Michael.
Columbine, Platte Valley.
Yeah, Platte Valley. It's like to the west of Littleton.
West of Littleton.
Sundown. Littleton is a sundown town. Lady Che could tell you all about it. Sundown towns are overly concentrated in Midwestern, Western, and northern states, rather than the deep South, where Jim Crow segregation rallied on a resident black labor force rather than total geographic exclusion. Ocean Springs and the broader Mississippi Gulf Coast have a long-standing multi-ethnic history with continuous African American residency, foundational Black American residency. Ocean Springs is a diverse and integrated cultural city in Jackson County. So this is where our brother Nolan Wells was killed. In Ocean Springs, Mississippi, on Horn Island.
You know, and wow. Well, you know, once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? So let me go ahead and get started. If you can see my screen, please give me a 1. Still a sundown town. Epic Eric, the whole state of Mississippi is a sundown town. The whole is a sundown state.
Right. Just like Karmelo.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
It's racist as fuck out here too. Long racial history. Michael, do you know they destroyed Chinatown in Denver in 1880?
1880.
The plot thickens in the Nolan Wells case, y'all. And of course, everything is all alleged. Now, it's been alleged that Katie and Bart had a thing going on. And Bart wasn't just there to celebrate the 4th of July. Bart was there to put an end to that shit that Nolan had going on with Katie. And this is why they lined Nolan up, allegedly. Also, there's a smear campaign going on, saying that Nolan was drunk out of his mind, spewing all types of hatred towards Nolan with no proof of nothing. Then they had a nerve to say, yeah, there's 2 people who came out to say that Nolan was on the island after the friends had left. 2 people.
Out of 40.
Out of about 400 to 500 people. And they know the exact time. Now, if you ask me what time was what 15 days ago, I am not going to be able to tell you that time unless it's a doctor's appointment or something like that. But just understand, people do get paid to say things, allegedly. Check this out, y'all.
Has the motive for the mysterious death of Nolan Wells just been revealed on social media?
Walking in the opposite direction towards my boat. And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something. Actually, about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him.
So he made a slick comment about the girl Nolan was with. Now, we all know.
Lord.
You know, that interview that Warren did with Officer Tatum, you know, the grifter, Officer Tatum was literally helping him through that interview.
Yeah, it's close.
He was helping him. And there were parts where it was clearly edited. So he must have said things that he did not want on that video, because there are segments of that interview where it cuts out and then comes back. So no, you know, he gave him a softball interview and helped him along the way through the interview. All I got to say is, Officer Tatum, you are the biggest grifter on YouTube. Unbelievable. Now I know why Nick Fuentes said what he said. He said, you Black MAGAs are obsolete. And you doing this interview, you just trying to make yourself stay relevant. That's all. But you're a grifter.
Oh, the girl Nolan was with on Horn Island was Katie, right? Introducing.
Whoa.
This is Katie. And guess who the gentleman is over there?
Wow. Now we still gonna keep it all alleged because I was looking at the tattoo. Maybe she got the tattoo after this, but she's in a picture with Bart, y'all.
That is Bart Edmiston. This is the same Bart whose identity was almost hidden from all of us, because Warren went on to Officer Race Tatum's channel and he kept saying, my buddy, this, my buddy. And we all like, who is my buddy? And one time he slipped and said Bart's name. But the buddy he was referring to was Bart. And that's Bart. So Bart and Katie were a thing? Huh? Now, for those of you all who don't know, Bart Edmiston plays football. And one thing about Mississippi, honey, I'm from Mississippi. Mississippi loves football. Anybody that plays football, especially from a small town, they are a big daggone deal. And if anything go down in a small town with a football player and he white, honey, the whole town is going to rally around to try to hide things. Is that what they doing in the Nolan Wells case? Everybody know what happened? Maybe Bart was jealous because Nolan was with his ex-girlfriend. Maybe they were a thing at one time. Now we know Bart Edmiston Jr. plays football at the University at Wyoming. He's 22 years old and he is from Ocean Springs. Now we know Katie McCormick, she's 19 years old and she's from Ocean Springs as well. Bart was a big daggone deal. Now, although we all know that Nolan Wells was expected to go to a D1 school to play football, he wasn't at the status of Bart yet. Bart was already there. So, and not to mention, Nolan is Black, Katie is white. Who do you think the friends are going to side with? Even his friend, whom Christine Wansley stated, she didn't even know that Sebastian was a best friend. Even he said he made a slick comment. Was the slick comment that, oh, you know, that's Bart's girl? Was Katie Bart's longtime girlfriend? He came back. Maybe that's why they were trying to keep it a secret, because something nefarious went on that boat, because
you don't know.
Bart family has allegedly a home off the waters. It would have taken him no time to get to Ocean Springs. Maybe somebody called Bart and told him, hey, you know, Nolan is with your girl. And he got on that boat and hopped on down there to Horn Island. Or maybe just because it is a big deal to go to Horn Island for the 4th of July, everybody and their mama was on Horn Island. And he came down for the 4th from Wyoming. Matter of fact, they out of school anyway. He probably was getting ready to go back to football camp. He probably been in Horn Island, Ocean Springs the whole time anyway, rekindling with Katie. Anyway, it's one thing about social media. Social media will not be undefeated, and baby, we got internet sleuths everywhere. Listen, all I have to say is justice for Nolan Wells, and everybody who's coming out doing their research, don't stop. Keep your foot on the state of Mississippi, because baby, they will hide, they will sneak, and they will lie here in the state of Mississippi just to keep the truth from coming out. Anyway, drop down in the comment area. Let me know what you think. And hear it here first, where Kimmy's world is your world.
Shout out to that sister right there, because all these smear campaigns going on, I've been thinking to myself, this is not even our fight. These people don't know who the hell they going to war against. They going to get war against God. But if anybody know the Bible, this is how God operates. He could build somebody's pride up just to knock them down and to show his power. That's how he do. These people in Mississippi are so prideful. They feel like they can get away with things, look in our face and say, nah, we didn't do that. Like, we don't see y'all. There's something, a very important clue that we missed. I read it, but I didn't quite put it together. Watch this, y'all. So one day last week, I read this, but I never put this together. So this is about Sheriff John Ledbetter. Yeah, you know the guy who came out and said, I don't suspect foul play when he seen Nolan's body. Well, I want y'all to scroll all the way down to the bottom. John is an active and involved community leader, a former chairman of the Gulf Regional Planning Commission in Blacc, Mississippi. So this just giving his background, right? So when you scroll all the way down here, it says, notably in 2019,
the girl that Nolan Wells was allegedly with is speaking out, and there's some contradictions. Now, Katie is obviously cooperating with authorities, so is her sister, and so is the brother and the brother's fiance. They're also cooperating with Nolan Wells' family. And from what we understand, they're all on the same page, Katie and Nolan Wells' family. According to Katie's sister, Nolan Wells and Katie were on Horn Island talking, communicating, having a good time. Eventually, Katie was picked up by her brother and the brother's fiance via boat. The sister alleges that Katie mentioned to her, again, hearsay, but again, that Katie mentioned to her that her brother and the fiance picked her up from Horn Island and, left. And that Katie assumed that Nolan was going to go back with the friends that he ended up on Horn Island with. So again, Nolan Wells showed up with a bunch of people when he originally met Katie. Katie assumed that he was just going to leave with those said friends. It's also very important that we mention that Katie has been extremely cooperative with authorities. I know I mentioned it already. I'm going to mention it again. And very cooperative with the Wells family, answering pretty much any question that they have about what happened. So she seems to be very vocal, very confident, and very direct about what happened that day. I don't think the problem lies with Katie. I think the problem lies with something else and someone else.
Listen, at the end of the day, Bart just need to go ahead and come forward and tell his portion of what happened, because right now it's looking like Bart is the suspect. Bart is the suspect and he should be charged with murder because hearing the audio. But not only that, Warren keeps throwing this man under the bus. No matter how much Warren is saying, oh, my buddy this, my buddy that, and sir, you are literally, and I'm going to keep saying it, you are literally telling us what happened on the boat. Anyways, Bart, in this little clip, you will see where Bart is saying, where Warren mentions his name, and Bart is saying, I was not there. I hope and pray, whatever it was, he said that Nolan received the justice, but I was not. But again, I'm going to show you the Coast Guard thing where Bart's name is. Unless somebody is pretending to be Bart, but I know I'm more than positive that the Coast Guard had, took the driver's license or ID to prove that was Bart. But anyways, he should come forward. I agree.
The girl that Nolan Wells was allegedly with is speaking out, and there's some contradictions. Now, Katie is obviously cooperating with authorities, so is her sister, and so is the brother and the brother's fiance. They're also cooperating with Nolan Wells' family. And from what we understand, they're all on the same page, Katie and Nolan Wells' family. According to Katie's sister, Nolan Wells and Katie were on Horn Island talking, communicating, having a good time. Eventually, Katie was picked up by her brother and the brother's fiance via boat. The sister alleges that Katie mentioned to her, again, hearsay, but again, that Katie mentioned to her that her brother and the fiance picked her up from Horn Island and, left. And that Katie assumed that Nolan was going to go back with the friends that he ended up on Horn Island with. So again, Nolan Wells showed up with a bunch of people when he originally met Katie. Katie assumed that he was just going to leave with those said friends. It's also very important that we mention that Katie has been extremely cooperative with authorities. I know I mentioned it already. I'm going to mention it again. And very cooperative with the Wells family, answering pretty much any question that they have about what happened. So she seems to be very vocal, very confident, and very direct about what happened that day. I don't think the problem lies with Katie. I think the problem lies with something else and someone else.
Nolan's mom is lying, Warren's lying, or Katie's lying. And I highly doubt it's Nolan's mom. Think about it. Katie told Christine Wansley that she and Nolan had a very brief interaction while on Horn Island, a simple hi and bye. Warren is now saying that Katie and Nolan were cradling each other as he sailed off into the sunset to leave Horn Island.
Actually reached out to me the very next day, I think July 5th, and basically just made it seem like it was like a hey bye type of situation.
Everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island.
Furthermore, can anybody corroborate that Katie actually worked with investigators? And why do things always seem to get so shaky when Katie's involved?
Nolan and Katie are on the boat. Katie is sitting right on Nolan's lap. There's 7 people on this boat. Ben Crump just released his photo an hour ago. When Warren called for a tow, he said there were 7 living souls on the boat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nolan having Katie on his lap in the middle of the picture circled. Y'all, this is why there's no witnesses, because these are the only people that actually know what happened. It doesn't matter how many people were on the island. None of them saw what happened to Nolan except these people. That's why the story is so airtight. And this is another reason why there's so much focus on the boat and why they won't let the K9 sniff it. And they're trying to stall and wait at least 30 days because head of the Cajun Navy said that the trail goes cold if the dog cannot smell it after 30 days, the blood and stuff. Also, the boat was taken to Warren's grandparents' house before they took it back inland. There's Katie on the boat. Katie is sitting on Nolan's lap. Notice how none of the other boys have girls. Jealousy, I think so. Katie is the only girl on the boat, and she's white, and she's sitting on the black boy's lap. Come on. You can't tell me they don't feel some kind of way about that, especially how they're all hugging Nolan like Nolan is their man or something. Like, get a life. This is what Katie was on the boat, y'all. We have a case. This has officially been cracked open. Bombshell tonight in my Nancy Grace voice. Nancy, get him.
Why, Michael?
Y'all, it's going to be a lot coming out about this case. It's going to be a lot coming out. I think what was going on between Katie and Nolan was very mutual. I do. I think it was a very mutual thing. She was once with Bart.
Then he says someone named Tracestin called him and told him that, hey, they found Nolan's body. Notice how he's not. Then he says someone named Tracestin called him and told him that, hey, they found Nolan's body. Notice how he's not shocked at all. He has no remorse, no feelings. He's probably a narcissist or a psychopath or something, but we can pull his phone records and see if Tracestin actually called him to see if his story actually aligns. It's just crazy how there's an affidavit for nothing, that they're waiting 30 days for the boat to not be searched by K9 because officer from Cajun Navy said after 30 days, the trail goes cold. The dogs can't smell it anymore. There's so much foul play in this case that it's overwhelming. And that's why the nation is attending to this case.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see a lot, I think, over the coming weeks many things coming out about this case. But y'all, one thing I can honestly say, we know, and I have to agree, you know, they're looking at the only melanated guy on the boat, and he's the only one that got the girl, and this girl is white and sitting on his lap, and they're white. Oh, hell no, they didn't like that. That probably bothered the hell out of them. You know, I kind of agree with that. Let me go back. Where are you? Y'all chosen. You know, I kind of agree with that, but I think, like I said, I think Nolan's family sent him out in the world kind of naive. I'm just trying to read the chat. Yeah, you know. Oh, who knows? Well, I'm sure over the coming weeks, there's going to be a lot more coming out about this case. This is far from over, you know, and being that the second autopsy was inconclusive and Mississippi withheld his body organs and his neck and everything was missing. So I just can imagine what will come out in the coming weeks. And I don't believe the Mississippi police are going to try very hard on this one, y'all. I really, truly don't. I think they are looking out for those boys that were on that boat with Nolan. They are not giving Nolan even a second thought. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Now, I do have another live coming up, and I think it's kind of funny. So there was a Cuban guy that got Trump tattooed on his arm. His ass got deported. He's back in Cuba. And from what I understand, this Cuban guy, from what they're saying, he was a millionaire. And his ass still got deported back to Cuba. And so we're just going to watch that. And these people are so silly. They are. There was another one that had Donald Trump's face on his chest. And he got deported too. So this guy, he is like the second one. Why would you tattoo Donald Trump on your body? Of all the people you could have, Donald Trump? Woo! These dudes are crazy. So y'all, I will see you at 4:45. Have a wonderful afternoon. And let me just check out Shirley Salone. Thank you for the 440 jewels. Uncle Alert and Fawn-Nessa. Thank you for the 550 jewels shopping cart. Okay, let me see what that is. All Beautiful 71. Thank you for the 30 jewels. Flower. Okay. 6 Esticas. Please be careful because there's a news saying that Bart lawyered up and is suing all content creators posting pictures claiming that he dated Katie. Well, you know, that's all I got to say is there's hundreds, not even, maybe even thousands of videos out on social media. And he must have a huge investigation team to be able to pull that off. You know, I don't see how they can get everyone. There are thousands of videos about Nolan and those guys on the boat. And let me tell you something, even the major news stations are doing stories on this as well. So that's a tall order. Good luck to that. That's all I got to say. Good luck. Because if you can get all thousands and thousands of people, you are good. Okay, Nakisha Rogers. Nolan's mom stated that she didn't want to teach her children to look at a person's skin color. Well, that is very naive. In a racist nation like America, that's a very naive stance to take. That's all I got to say. Daniel Meyer, thank you for the 39-month membership. Some of our people need to stop saying, I don't see color. That is an extremely ignorant thing today. Yeah, you're right. I agree with that. Beverly White, thank you for the 550 joules. Stay hydrated. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Ellie Brow, thank you for the 2 joules, silver star. And Blacc RU 365, thank you for your super chat channel support. Thank you. Ellie Brow, thank you for the 2 joules. Ken Kidup, thank you for the 10 joules gold coin.
Yes. Like, what
Neek Hawks 874, thank you for the 2 joules 100. And Beverly White, thank you for the Nolan Wells update. Thank you for your support. Thank all of you for your support for my channel. I do appreciate it. So I will see you at 4:45. Don't forget to pick up your hair products, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Come on, Lisa. All right, so we got the
My
Blacc.
thoughts on that shit. The motherfuckers trying to warn a broadcaster about some shit is like fucking stupid. First of all, you obviously see it. The fucking Nolan kicked it with nothing but white people. Now went to motherfucking Officer Tatum, which is a white person in blackface. So you get that them white motherfuckers is up to date with the new Blacc Media. Stop it. Slap yourself 3 times on the tray for doing that. It's dumb. Run tell that. Right? You know what I mean? Like, leave the sister alone. She want to broadcast whatever the fuck she want to broadcast. Like, who's that to tell anybody? Be careful, you could be hit with a motherfucking, Bart's over there this lawyered up and he goes to it. Yeah, man, he ain't gonna win a motherfucking thing because there's something called fair use.
Mm-hmm.
Run tell that, assholes. Run tell that. Fair use.
It's on the screen right now.
Yeah, it's on the internet. It was displayed on the internet. Blame Officer Tatum. You should really sue his ass if you're gonna start with anybody. He's the one that put the sham of the fucking lies out there. So, so run tell that, bitches. How about that? You know what I mean? There's something called fair use. Right? We get hit with the fair use strikes all the time. What you think this is? They're not hooked up on what the new Blacc Media say because they continuously make all kind of mistakes. They ain't listening to shit. So it's like I feel like that shit is just trolling to the worst, to the highest extent. Anybody does that to another broadcast, be careful. Nah, fuck all that. Fuck all that. You know what I mean? If it's on YouTube, it's fair use. It's fair game. Isn't that what it is? All of a sudden they want to hit you with if you're being monetized and shit. Luckily, that's not happening over on this page. But who gives a fuck? I'd like to see that work out. I'd just be like, yeah, all right, fair use, cuz. And go ahead. Bring that paperwork so I can bring this paperwork. How about that? Run tell that, bitch. You know what I mean? How about that? Because it's stupid. It really is. It really is to go ahead and say that a motherfucker is suing because he in his white little feelings that there's an accusation going on about him and, losing control and being jealous. Hey, look, man, I also want to say this. Everybody want to be an armchair motherfucking detective and work for the law. Doesn't it seem like it? Trying to figure out this case. Like, come on, man. For real? They are we all on that page? We want to be detectives now. We all want to figure it out.
Yeah.
And we figured out motherfucking things that outline speculation that's really creating rumors and drama. You see how it's not really helping, right? It's only making it worse. Do you see what's happening? Everyone's like, oh, maybe this is what it is. You know, maybe he's feeling some kind of way because they went to an island and he's the only one with a white bitch. You know, and they went to the island filled with nothing but white bitches. So, like, why bring the fucking feast to the buffet? You feel me? That's all that's on that motherfucking island is white bitches everywhere. White bitches everywhere. Could they have pulled one if they wanted to? Sure. If they lacking in game, hell yeah, possibly. Did he get a girl just to get a girl? I don't know, man. We don't even know if that was really a real picture and not just something enhanced. Because, you know, that's also the same picture that had the one motherfucking leg hanging out with some motherfucking shoes you would never wear on a boat and some motherfucking lengthy ass socks that you wouldn't wear on a hot ass motherfucking day. So, I mean, I'm just saying, we gonna be serious about it. You gonna go to the island where all the hoes is and bring hoes with you? I think not. I say not. You gonna go where all the white bitches is? Of course, there's a lot. So the island's just kicking it with hoes, man. You know what I mean? It's the weekend. They're out on the island. They're drinking. White bitches drink. White boys drink. Right? You gonna say if he was drinking? Sure, he probably was doing some casual drinking. But we should really wonder if he was found and he was dead. Where the struggle at?
Right.
Where the struggle marks at? Where the struggle marks? Where the struggle on his hand? So, was there any struggle marks anywhere? Like, you know, I ain't gonna let nobody drown me anywhere or lynch me or nothing. I'm gonna fight you to the end. I'm gonna make you work for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you gonna see my motherfucking hands are gonna be beat up. My nails are gonna have all kind of skin shit underneath because I'm trying to claw you. I probably got a piece of your face in my mouth because I try to bite you. You know what I mean? I'm coming with some sort of struggle. You know what I mean?
Tools. You're coming with tools, basically.
Yeah, like I'm gonna fight for my life.
Right.
Drunk or not, I'm gonna fight for my life. Just to see me drunk, cause man, storming a whole room, right? Terrorizing a bitch, right? But if I was gonna fight for my life, and just say I'm gonna fight for my life, you're gonna see some sort of struggle on me somewhere, shape, or form. I might have a bruise on my eye. I might have a cut on my cheek. I might be, you know, my arm I might have dislocated my shoulder from all the swinging I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like there's gonna be, my feet are gonna be bruised up. My legs are gonna be bruised up from, you know, blocking kicks or whatever, whatever, right? I'm gonna have some sort of markings that show that I was gripped up because it's gonna take a lot for you to hold me down, right? That's Jesse, he'll tell you, right? So it's gonna take a lot for for a motherfucker to put all their weight on me, or I'm gonna wiggle out because that's what foundationals do. They're the experts of wiggling out of some shit, right? So if it was like that, we really need to ask the questions of where the struggle at, right? Because if a motherfucker just wind up dead in the middle of and 2 days later in the same spot, damn near, it's kind of crazy. But the other thing is, like, we're not asking the right questions. We're focused on this distraction of possibilities and like, well, maybe that's a motive. We don't know what the fucking motive is. We weren't there, and nobody's gonna tell the truth. You can speculate all the fuck you want, but it's not gonna matter because they already came in prepared and planned. And since nobody's really, really pressing them, they're getting away with softball pressure. You're not gonna really get the answers that are fucking supposed to develop. Look, man, this is the same place that buried people outside of the prison and didn't tell nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is the same place that has unmarked graves still to this day. You know what I mean? This is the same place that like Mississippi goddamn, this is the same place. Okay, so you can't expect them to play by the rules, and considering that everybody over here on the black side of things got all kind of questions, You think them white boys is listening to anything we talking about? They don't take black people seriously in Mississippi because
Yeah,
do you think about the blacks on the internet listening to all the speculations and fucking rumors starting and fucking highlighting of what ifs, and that could be a possibility. I mean, come on, Nolan signed out to Black Queens Never and Snow Bunnies Forever type fucking mentality. You know what I mean? Which is really crazy, but whatever. Obviously, that didn't work out. Has it ever? Has it ever? You know what I mean? No, it has not ever worked out for being black with a white girl in Mississippi. Ever.
All right, so I get to
Right. Right. And also, it's interesting. I think it's important in today's climate for parents to teach their kids martial arts. You know what I mean? Especially when they're going to be hanging out, interacting with Mzungus, the racist ones.
Yeah, you get no argument from me, Michael. But I'm gonna move on to the next video. And that is the Black friend has appeared. And he did an interview with Tater Tots as well. So Lisa gonna give us an update on it as well.
So anyway, he interviews him, and the funny part is his mother gets interviewed and says she don't even know who this Tracestin Shepherd is. She never met him before, but he claims to be, Nolan's close friend. And I said, that is really bizarre. And so do all those white guys on the boat. They all claim they were his best friend. I tell you what, you ain't much of a friend if somebody ends up unalive the way that Nolan was. I was looking up the history of Ocean Spring. Y'all, it's got an ugly ass history. Maybe I will piece that one together so you can hear about what kind of history that town has. It's not good. It's not good at all. So anyway, let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. Okay, not that one. Now, where is it? Hold on one second. Don't tell me this thing. Go here and okay, I got it. Okay, give me a one if you can see my screen. Thank you.
With on my other buddy's phone talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, hey, this is them, bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided, well, when I woke up about 7 o'clock that morning, we had all decided that we were going to go out on the boat and go look for Nolan. Wyatt had already had his boat still in the water. We took that boat out. It was
what day are we talking?
That's Sunday morning.
Sunday morning on the 5th. The 5th.
So it's Saturday the 4th was the 4th of July. The 5th was Sunday. We were on the water from 9:45 to 11:50, 12 o'clock era, about lunchtime. While we were on the water, we talked to a rescue guy, and he told us to get off the water and said that they kind of had the island and the water under control. That's the professionals, man.
Yeah.
They told us to get on social media and find out any information we can. And by that time, we had already talked to a good amount of people out there. So it just made sense. So we went back in and we concluded our search and started the search off socials and started sharing everything we could and try to get a hold of anybody that could have talked to Nolan, that Nolan possibly would have reached out to. And that led into the night. It led all night long. I didn't sleep at all Sunday. Monday, I was up at 5 a.m. I was putting fuel in our boat at 6. I got told that we were taking out another boat to Chandelier at 7. So I put my boat back on the lift, and I went to McDonald's, and then I got the news after I left McDonald's that his body was found. So it was already a plan that we were going and searching and trying to do everything we possibly can. And that's all I wanted to do. Is I wasn't there to help him out in his last minutes, but now I feel like as a friend and as one of my guys, man, I do everything in my power to help now. And that's why I have reached out to the family. I have donated to just your normal death gifts, I would say, as you pay your respects. And
do you think Benjamin Crump being involved in this case made it better or worse?
100,000 times % worse. Because why on the Tuesday after where has your civil rights been broken? Where has it been shown? You brought Benjamin Crump to stir up a community that's already tight-knit. Yeah, we might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise, if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back 110%. We back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And for them to push this narrative and really push it just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think he's taking the grieving parents and manipulating and turning this and making it sound all bad, because nothing's like that at all. No.
Have you gotten death threats? Or, because I know that the other young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men, they're getting all kind of death threats. They're being accused of killing Nolan. Did you get the same backlash and threats that some of those guys have gotten?
Yes, I've gotten the death threats per se, but I've also gotten the threats along the lines of where it's like I've been cast out of the Black community. I've been called white. I've been called a wetback. All these things. I wasn't there to help him out in his last minutes, but now I feel like as a friend and as one of my guys, man, I do everything in my power to help now. And that's why I have reached out to the family. I have donated to the family, and I have giving them just your normal death gifts, I would say, as you pay your respects. And
do you think Benjamin Crump being involved in this case made it better or worse?
100,000% worse. Because why on the Tuesday after where has your civil rights been broken? Where has it been shown? You brought Benjamin Crump to stir up a community that's already tight-knit. Yeah, we might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise, if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back 110%. We back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And for them to push this narrative and really push it just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think he's taking the grieving parents and manipulating and turning this and making it sound all bad, because nothing's like that at all. No.
Have you gotten death threats? Or, because I know that the other young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men, they're getting all kind of death threats. They're being accused of killing Nolan. Did you get the same backlash and threats that some of those guys have gotten?
Yes, I've gotten the death threats per se, but I've also gotten the threats along the lines of where it's like I've been cast out of the Black community.
Mm.
I've been called white. I've been called a wetback. All these things. I've been sent photos of me and
his best friend. Nolan's mother said on television that as if she don't even know you.
Have you spoken to Tracestin since Nolan's passing, and how are you responding to his account of what happened?
So first of all, we don't know Tracestin. We've never met him. Best friend, childhood friend, that's a bit of a stretch.
So what's the truth in that, and how did that affect you? How did that make you feel?
So she originally touched and she said that we weren't childhood best friends, and she's not wrong. She's not wrong. I moved to Ocean Springs in 9th grade. No, me and her never had a sit down in depth conversation like me and you're having now. It was always, hey, how are you doing?
Do you think Benjamin Crump being involved in this case made it better or worse?
100,000% worse. Because why on the Tuesday after where has your civil rights been broken? Where has it been shown?
And now my thing is, if the parents don't even know who this is and never really met him before, and he's claiming to be a friend, why is Officer Tatum interviewing him? I would think you would stick with whoever was on the boat. This guy was not on the boat. Okay, he was not on the boat. He might have been on the island, but he was not on the same boat that Nolan was on. So my thing is, what's the purpose in interviewing this person? And he really showed a few photos of him with Nolan, but I just find it really strange that the parents don't even know who this dude is. So you're interviewing him for what? I don't get it. Okay.
You brought Benjamin Crump to stir up a community that's already tight-knit. Yeah, we might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise, if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back 110%. We back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And for them to push this narrative and really push it just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think he's taking I think he's taking the grieving parents and manipulating and turning this and making it sound all bad, because it's nothing's like that at all. No.
Y'all, this is Mississippi. Mississippi always take these stands against any Black lawyer or anybody of prominence that chime in on a case. They always take this, they're the enemy stance against them. I don't see Ben Crump doing anything other than his job. You know, why would the family hire him as an attorney? He's supposed to get to the bottom of what's going on, and they're railing against him like he ain't supposed to do that. Even that old funky ass governor down there in Mississippi was trying to lash out against Ben Crump. Okay, so you got all this stuff to say about Ben Crump, but you have nothing to say about those teens that been lying all along. You don't have nothing to say about that. See, this is why I don't trust this case being in the hands of Mississippi. I don't trust it. From your governor down to the sheriff's department, all y'all doing is spending your time showing disdain for Ben Crump instead of focusing on getting to the bottom of this. But see, to the bottom of it is trying to get all these charges off of these teens. So they want the grand jury, because the only one that presents to the grand jury is the prosecutor. The defense have no say. So that's why they want this to go to a grand jury. And I would not doubt if the grand jury is white and they come back and tell everybody, oh, this was just an accidental death. That's what I really think this is what's going to happen, because this is how Mississippi has been operating all along. It's not going to be any different now. It's not. It's going to be a grand jury that's going to be slanted in the favor of those white teenagers that was on the boat. But they got the nerve to talk about Ben Crump and race and all this. Y'all made it about race centuries ago down there in Mississippi. Okay, it's no point in you trying to shift the blame now, for real. Yeah, that's why they want that grand jury. The only one, if you remember, that's what happened in the case of Breonna Taylor. That's why Daniel, the coon, raccoon, wanted the grand jury. And what he did was presented a case against one cop and skipped over Breonna Taylor altogether. They did not hear anything about Breonna Taylor. Even the people that were on the grand jury was upset with what Daniel Cameron did. But you see, those cops got away with everything. They got away with everything. He didn't present no case for Breonna Taylor to this very day. But he's no longer the attorney general. But I'm just saying, that's why it was nobody from the defense there for the grand jury. That's why he was able to get away with that. And Breonna Taylor never got 1 ounce of justice for her loss. How can that even be possible when we know those cops went in there guns a-blazing? But this is what they're going to try to do in Mississippi in the case of Nolan Wells. They're going to just have the prosecution present a side, and we know they're going to go in there looking to protect those white teens, and they're going to come out, and I'm telling you, it's not going to be not one conviction on those teenagers. They're going to try to declare it an accidental death and move on. And my thing is, I don't see how they can get away with that, especially with the second autopsy, all of his organs weren't there. They should not be able to get away with that, but they will. This is Gentile ran America, and this is how they run things. They run it where they can get out of everything, and us, we get punished for every single detail, even things we didn't do. And that's how they've been running this place from day one. So no, am I hopeful that they'll try to do the right thing? I already know they're not going to do the right thing. I already know. No, see, if they were serious about this case, y'all, as soon as those boys came back without Nolan, the cops should have went straight to their house and got their phones, got their computers, or anything else that would have given them some insight on what happened that day. What did they record when they were on that island? That's why it would have been critical to grab their phones immediately. The fact that they didn't do none of that stuff tells me they have no intentions on doing anything to those teens. They have no intentions on doing anything to them. Yeah. And there's no way they should be still sitting around with their cell phones. And when I saw that, I knew instantly they weren't going to do nothing about it. They're just sitting back. And you notice the cops aren't giving you the sheriff's department is not giving you any updates. That's another sign. They're not sitting there investigating nothing. They're not investigating like they should be. They're not. They should have been able to give some details by now, and they're not giving you nothing because they're not doing nothing. Yeah, it's interesting. I tell you what, we'll see. But I'm just letting everybody know the grand jury is going to be a big letdown. A Mississippi grand jury on top of that, yeah, it's going to be a major letdown. And the prosecutor can present the case any way he feels like it. He can present it any way he feels like it to the grand jury. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply, deeply appreciate it. And we'll definitely come back together tomorrow because I have to set up the Bible study along with a few more lives, and that's it. So be on the lookout, and y'all have a wonderful evening. Don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
Shalom. Shout out to our 20 plus viewers and the new subscribers that just subscribed. Appreciate you.
Hey, Jesse.
You got to go, Michael.
Oh, no. I was going to add a comment. Yeah, Lisa Cabrera, she's right. She's not optimistic about the
not
case.
buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including.
That's Lady J.
Oh, Lady J, you there?
First of all, I like that little boy was mixed as hell. Either he's black or he's Mexican. Then you call him a wetback. That's like a slur for a Mexican. You know what I mean? That literally swam over. What the fuck? You know what I mean? Pick a lane. What I didn't like about that boy was how he was basically threatening menacing in his own little interview. Bringing Ben Crump here. I mean, you just don't know who you fucking with. Whatever she said, something to that effect. And the fact that, he was that he made it a point to say that he donated to the family. He made it a point to say, why did you bring Ben Crump here? This is a tight-knit area. Tight-knit school, question mark. And he's like, where was the civil rights violated? That's let's say Ben Crump is a slip and fall ambulance chaser, because what are you talking about? Civil rights. That motherfucker chase any ambulance. You know what I mean? Like, he is like, you know, like I just have these questions. Secondly, he was not really thorough in his dialogue. He basically was like the white boys. So him saying he's been excluded from the Black community, where was he a part of it? You can't tell, right? You can't tell if he was ever a part of it by the way he talks, by the way he's behaving. You know what I mean? He's not. He's doing the. He's like we protect our own type shit. Just like that the one sister said 3 episodes back. You know what I mean? So I'm saying this. I didn't really feel like that was a strong interview. What the fuck, Brandon Tatum? Why do you care? You know what I mean? Like he said, do you believe that he made it worse or better? I don't really know. Like, I mean, what I have my thoughts on Ben Crump. You know, once you take the money, man, you really would put a price on your justice. Alleged justice that you're seeking. So, you know, he's gonna take a good portion of that. So, I don't really know what to think about it. I just don't like it. I didn't think it was I didn't think it really answered anything. I don't think it really solved anything. I think it mostly like pretty specific about your times, cuz and I think that I think that they're just saying what they need to say to stay out of being questioned further or pressured with the strong questioning. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's not being treated like another 48 hours. You know, them people like really get motherfuckers to roll over like quickly. We're now heading into like the 3rd month of this.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's all I gotta say about that. And I might what's the next topic, because I might have to skip out because I've been sitting here for like a minute.
The fires in Europe.
Okay, cool.
So Europe's wildfire.
Man, my gosh, that's crazy.
300,000 evacuated as heat wave returns.
Yeah. Well, Lady Che, to add what you said, right? You know, that interview was you're right, was not very thorough. It was just like a waste of time.
Yeah, from his so-called black friend.
Mm-hmm. Man, Jesse, if you're the interviewer, you would ask a lot of thorough questions and going deep.
Right.
Shit, I know I would be as Jesse. Jesse had to tell me to stop being a detective just at home. I have questions. He'd be like, but why, Jesse? But why? How come? What made you go that way? He'd be like, God damn it, shut up and leave me alone. Like, because I do that shit at the house. I mean, I'm like a thorough investigator. Like, you know what I mean? Like, something feels sus. And he like, you just don't trust me. I'm like, well, shit's not good. Shit, the suspect. You know what I mean? Like, because something sus happened. And I'm just like, man, check this out. I got all the questions. That's what the code teaches us, how to ask questions. You know what I mean? There's a whole book of how to ask questions. You know what I mean? And
you make a great lawyer too.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's what I felt like.
Both of you and Jesse.
Yeah.
I know. I definitely have got the question game on lock. Because like to drive a motherfucker like I mean even like the law can't handle it. I'm like, I got a question for you. How long you been a racist white supremacist? You know what I mean? Like these are serious questions. I want to know. The inquiring minds of me want to know. But this is like a softball, basic interview question. He's trying to like that kid don't count. Like, does he count as a black kid or does he count as a mixed kid? Like, he seems pretty mixed to me. But the fact is this: the mother and father don't know now one of them white folks, now one of their friends, which is really, really, really what I'm judging off of. I am judging the parents a lot about this because Like, I have a kid, I had a kid, and I didn't really, when I had a chance, I met a couple of her friends, like a lot of her friends actually, but a good couple that she like hung out with majorly. Did I meet their parents? No, they were like, kind of grown or whatever. But I met them enough to where I've had them in my house. I've had discussions and dialogues with them. You know what I mean? I kind of knew what they thought. I've checked them out briefly on Facebook or whatever, just because something might have not rubbed me right, or just because I was I just wanted to know, what I mean, or I was directed to look at something or whatever. But what kind of parents don't know their kids, anybody, even a bitch you might be hollering at, whether she's white or not. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know nothing. Like, what are you doing with your time if you supposedly, like, if everybody supposedly loves him and they're his best buddies and whatnot, then why don't you know really about him? It's not like he's living a secret double life.
Right.
They don't know shit. They're not involved. You see what I'm saying? That goes for the parents too.
Yeah.
They're just proving it. That you want to know something, but you don't know the basics of your kid's life. You don't know who he hang out with, regardless if they're in town for school or not, or what, or where they're going, or you don't even know the people that they're going to the island with. You never met them, but you've been there for how long? You've been there for enough for him to go to, but high school and college, or middle school and college, or whatever. You've been there a long time, and you don't know nobody of his friends. You ain't never went nowhere. Did you ever go to an event or anything? Surely the kid plays football. They got games and shit. Did you ever go to one of those? You ain't seen none of his peoples, his friends. He high five, hugging and shit. You mean tell me you don't? But you work with you work with somebody's daddy. Like, make it all really make sense. It don't make sense, right?
No.
If you work with somebody's goddamn daddy at the same hospital, but you don't know his kid.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. The parents, they seem too comfortable and say, yeah, Nolan's all friends. They're so great. As if they know them for like over 10 plus years.
It don't make sense. If you're not like it doesn't sound realistic to everyday life. He's not like this person. This is a regular kid, but it's not like he's like, like he's living a secret life of fucking something else. He's obviously going to school, but you work with the parents, work with the other parent. You know what I mean? And you don't know that person's kid or their family, but you work together. Like, this is stupid. You see what I'm saying? That there's a lot of non-knowing and non-ever meeting, but yet everybody's so close knit and like they're so tight. Well, how is that possible if the parents don't know nothing? They never met no friends. They never had like a little get together at the house. The kid never had a birthday party or a summer down at the crib or nothing. I mean, he is grown enough to I could have a couple of friends over to play video games and shit. For real? Like, you just never had guests at your house? You never said, hey, can Brian, James, and Taylor come over and kick it? Never? Not once? Hey, can I go over to Taylor's house or whoever the fuck's house? Bryant or Brent or whatever fuck white name you got to come up with. You never said, well, where does Brent live? Is Brent's mommy and daddy gonna be there? Let me drive you over. You never?
Right. Or even like asking like Brent's parents what they do for a living.
Right. Like, and you just on this little island that all the white people live at, and it's so close knit. And now Brent Crump over there just shaking shit up with his black fist. He's just shaking shit up. And the family they don't believe in race and shit chose the blackest motherfucking ambulance chaser of all time to come and fucking represent him. Like, does it sound like it makes any sense to anybody else but me? I know, just run down that. But I'm being serious. Like, the family who don't have a lick of black people around them got the blackest motherfucking ambulance chaser just fucking shaking glass fist and want demands and answers and then hold black fucking political church for the funeral session, but there's not a black kid around the kid at all. Never, not never. He don't date black women. He dates snow bunnies. He was on Snow Bunny Island. Like, come on, cuz. Do I really gotta make it like seem kind of like perpetrating and not a real thing? Like we just all of a sudden big bitty black, but you can't ask these white people where they live. You been there so long. He got so many white friends and they're all his best buddies, and yet you ain't never met not now one of them. And the daddy only met him in Cassie, the Waffle House of all places. Waffle House, my God, Waffle House. That's a totally black place. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right. And you know,
been fucking Waffle House is black.
You know this too, Lady Tay, because you know the parents they smiled a lot. They smiled in front of Nolan's friends as if like there's nothing wrong with them.
They're just probably meeting them after death. Like, come on, man, what kind of parenting is this shit? Like, let's be serious. Like, I mean, you can say whatever the fuck you want about me. I don't give a fuck. But let's be serious. I'm asking some real serious questions. You don't know none of his white ass motherfucking friends. All these white ass years you've been there, right? But you go out and you get the biggest fucking darkest, blackest motherfucking civil rights fucking perpetrating ambulance chaser, shake his black face and fucking make a scene and get all these black celebrities to fucking pay for this and pay for that and donate money to fucking finding out who killed what and who did what to whom, pay for a motherfucking secondary motherfucking autopsy with missing body parts, and we don't have questions. But then all of a sudden you want to pull out this one child that is sitting on Brandon Tatum's fucking Reddit Center couch right there. He may be black, but he may not be black if he's being called a wetback. Like, you know what I mean? They don't call black people wetbacks unless they know they're Spanish or Mexican and they swam over. Did you swim over, cuz? You don't look like you speak Spanish. You see what I'm saying? Like this is the blackest it gets in that area. Like, are we being really for real? Are we being serious when we're asking these real questions? And the mama worked with the same place as the white daddy, and they never met. She never met his kid. This supposedly his best motherfucking friend, who supposedly has a thing for the white girl that was allegedly sitting on this motherfucking AI created fucking picture lap. Are we fucking really serious?
Wow.
I mean, I'm just pointing out the obvious just
right. You're asking the right questions, and you know the parents, right? They feel like, oh my gosh, since I know Nolan's kids, Nolan's friends, the parents work with us, so there's no need to question them, as if like Jack and Jill, you know what I mean?
The mother looked lost in sauce right there, and she just looked like she just making up shit as she goes along, and like. I mean, really, you saw the like if you roll this track back and you saw how the mother. I like looked briefly and went back to do whatever I was doing, but like, look, she was looking at the sky, she's cheesing away. Like, I don't know if I'd be this motherfucking pleasant if my fucking son it ended up, you know, in the water dead somewhere 2 days later, and allegedly these motherfuckers decided to go to McDonald's before they went to go look for him. Like, come on, that right there didn't sound like. So you filling up the boat, and you decided to take this, and then you went to go get a breakfast. So you had a McGriddle, and then you decided to get your ass in the water, and you looked for about 2.5 hours, and then you called the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard tell you to check social media. What? For real? That's what we're leading with. The Coast Guard that didn't come when the boat was leaking and they were sinking.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The same Coast Guard, we're going to talk to that same motherfucker that didn't show up when the boat was sinking and they made a distress call to fucking boat AARP tow trucks and shit. Come get me, I'm sinking. But then he didn't come do due diligence. But you're going to listen to this. They're the experts. They're the experts. The expert didn't go check. You know what I mean? But then you got to listen to it. You know, why don't you check social media and see if he's busy? Are you fucking kidding me? Cuz this is what we're gonna go with. This is what's you know, we're gonna piece it all together and speculate on this too. Come on now, do better. Everybody do better. This is crazy. Go ahead.
Okay, so moving along, we got the wildfires in Europe. The list gonna give us an update on that.
What you eat, Jesse? Ribs?
No, that was earlier.
I know. I saw. What you eating?
Bread.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Man, do we have to talk about this fire? This fire is something else. So recently, over 300,000 people had to evacuate. Now, they said this fire is different from other wildfires they had in Europe. This fire is so hot and so intensifying. It's literally creating its own weather. That's how bad it is. It said the conditions are constantly changing. And this thing is literally creating its own weather. That's how bad the fire is over there. So I'm going to play this video from Sydney Morning Herald, and then we'll get into the other videos from TikTok. Okay, let's see if I can.
The devastating wildfires ripping through Europe are so massive, they're generating their own weather. And there's no end in sight, with an impending heat wave set to worsen an already unprecedented situation.
Shadowy figures retreat down a highway from a hellish landscape as fires in the Madrid mountains jump containment lines. Thousands of weary crew members have been battling for days, from the valleys to cliff tops. Some residents have only escaped with minutes to spare. It was like in the movies where hell cracked the ground open, says this man in Castellón province. He fled with his family and their pets before the flames swept in. While temperatures and winds have eased, another heat wave has emergency responders bracing for more. In France, the fire in the Gironde region outside Bordeaux is contained for now, but not before taking swathes of homes in its path. The situation we are dealing with today is the most severe we have ever recorded, says President Emmanuel Macron, the toughest since the Second World War. Officials are trying to prevent any further spread towards Bordeaux, home to about 1.5 million people, including Aussies.
There's a venue called Parc des Expositions, which is like an entertainment venue, and sort of all kind of people affected in the surrounding areas have been evacuated there. There's free food, accommodation, all that.
Temperatures could reach above 40 degrees within days, putting further strain on exhausted crews. In London, Josh Babas, 9 News.
Okay, so that is creepy. That is creepy that this thing is generating its own weather. And they said the conditions are changing so rapidly while they're trying to fight the fire. But yeah, you know this thing got to be bad. It is bad, and it's out of control when you look at what's going on. All right. All right, let me share my screen again. But every piece of footage I see, man, this thing is so out of control. It don't look like they got anything under control when it comes down to these fires now. From what I am understanding, it's Spain and France, but they're also saying the UK and Wales is on fire as well. So it's definitely getting worse over there. All right. Thank you for the one.
raging across Western Europe, and another heat wave is imminent. High pressure is going to build again in the coming days, with day after day of sunshine. This will send temperatures soaring into the mid to high 30s Celsius by midweek. The combination of dryness and heat will enable existing wildfires to spread more readily. There'll be an ongoing danger to life and increasing pressure on firefighters. The heat will briefly affect southeastern parts of the UK midweek. Temperatures could reach as high as 34 Celsius on Wednesday before it cools down again. Climate change is making heat waves more frequent, more intense, and longer lasting. This leads to environments in which wildfires can thrive more easily.
Well, George, good morning. The air is dry here and there's a constant breeze. And it's these exact conditions that are driving some of these fires right now. We're just west of Madrid right now. And this is as far as police are letting anyone go because they say parts of the Avila fire, the largest in this country's history, have flared back up again.
Extreme winds and bone-dry air fueling deadly wildfires across France and Spain this morning. The widespread blazes forcing more than 300,000 in southwestern Europe out of their homes as firefighters battle the advancing flames. Spain declaring a national emergency as authorities say a 78-year-old man was found dead in the Valencia region, the country's first fire casualty. Fires scorching popular tourist destinations throughout the region, plumes of smoke looming over the edge of cities, destroying homes in its path. Near Madrid, the security camera capturing the moment a home is engulfed by flames. And in France, authorities going door to door in the Gironde region, urging residents to evacuate, pleading with vacationers to keep their distance. Firefighters supported by farmers, seen here on the road to Gironde to help in the battle. Huge flames as the wildfires in the region burn more than 100,000 acres, an area 4 times the size of Paris. And in Bordeaux, the heart of France's famed wine country and a tourist hotspot, cleared out by the approaching flames.
It escalated pretty quickly.
Americans Brendan and Tammy Hutchinson, who live there year-round, among the thousands ordered to get out.
You could see the wind shift, and it really got thick smoke, and there was a lot of ash falling out of the sky.
And the region had a very wet winter and also a spring, so there's a lot of vegetation, dry vegetation now. And also Western Europe had its hottest June on record. So Robin, a kind of perfect storm for these fires to start and then move rapidly across the terrain, and the temperatures are expected to rise again this week.
Yeah, Europe is getting hit hard, Marcus. Thank you.
Tonight, tens of thousands more people evacuated as relentless wildfires continue to rage across Europe. Outside the French city of Bordeaux, authorities going door to door overnight to get people out. As farmers in the famous wine region step up, using their tractors and water tanks to help firefighters battle the erratic flames. Here's Sky News' Sadia Chowdhury reporting in the area.
These firefighters from Paris, among the huge number of firefighters that are here today from all over France, we know that more than 70 of them have been injured tackling this blaze.
In central Spain, the view from above. As firefighters face similar conditions, new videos show the walls of flames and thick, dark smoke they're up against. As the region faces record heat, fires also breaking out in southern Italy, forcing the evacuation of popular beaches. Meanwhile, back at home, crews also battling fires in central Oregon as 104 million people remain under heat alerts nationwide. In South Carolina today, several inches of rain falling in just an hour, flooding roads. And in California, a tropical system in the Pacific is creating huge swells.
This is crazy. Holy cow, you guys.
You can see the tide washing over the parking lot at this beach outside LA. And in Santa Cruz, take a look at this heart-racing rescue, a lifeguard facing massive waves as he heroically saves a young boy who got swept up in the water.
Really dramatic video there. Liz is joining us now. And Liz, millions of people are bracing for what could hit just hours from now, right?
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Some 40 million people from the Midwest into the Tennessee Valley are under threat of severe storms capable of producing destructive wind, really strong hail, and even a tornado or two.
All right, guys. Catch you later.
a state of emergency in Western Europe was described as apocalyptic. Fires have forced nearly 300,000 to flee their homes. France and Spain torched, as you see there, the flames fueled by extreme heat and strong winds. Fire crews this weekend struggling to bring the flames under control. CBS's Anna Corin of our London bureau leads us off tonight with the latest. Anna.
Good evening, Jerica. Wildfires are burning out of control in both France and Spain in what authorities have described as unprecedented conditions. Strong winds are stoking multiple fire fronts, now threatening major cities, with up to 300,000 people evacuated from their homes. Moving at frightening speed, fire leapt across the pine forest in southwestern France, igniting a wall of flames. Desperate firefighters using whatever means necessary to battle the wildfires, now less than 20 miles from the wine country city of Bordeaux. In an attempt to slow it down, a massive cargo aircraft dumping flame retardant has joined the effort, along with the military. Soldiers and firefighters battling Mother Nature side by side. French authorities ordered the evacuation of nearly 200,000 people, including everyone from the popular tourist destination of Cap Ferret on the Atlantic coast. I'm scared, that's it, I'm scared, exclaims this woman. Yesterday, when I left my house, I was afraid I wouldn't find it again. Others defied evacuation orders, choosing to stay and fight. It makes you want to cry. Honestly, it's horrible, says this resident. We no longer recognize our land at all. The fire, which started earlier this week, has reached an unprecedented strength. The French Interior Minister has described the battle ahead as long and very difficult. In neighbouring Spain, homes on the outskirts of Madrid went up in flames. In the country's capital, in the nearby province of Avila, fires prompted the evacuation of nearly 70,000 people. For the first time, the government declared a national emergency as two huge blazes merged. Officials say a third fire is on the verge of joining them. Unfortunately for Spain and France, there is little relief in sight. Scorching temperatures are expected next week, and it's feared the strong winds that have fueled these fires will remain. Jerica.
Yeah, so dangerous. Anna Corin, thank you.
You need to see this because people are asking the wrong question. If France has thousands of firefighters, helicopters, and aircraft, why isn't this fire already under control? The answer is terrifying. This isn't an ordinary wildfire anymore. Officials say the fire has become so intense that it's creating its own weather. Powerful heat is generating towering smoke clouds, shifting winds without warning, and causing new flare-ups miles away from the main fire line. Fire crews aren't just chasing flames. They're racing against conditions that keep changing every hour. That's why evacuation orders keep expanding. More communities around Bordeaux have been told to leave, and authorities say people won't be allowed back until it's safe. Firefighters are protecting homes where they can, but their first priority is saving lives, not buildings. What's making this even harder is the weather. Extreme heat, dry vegetation, and strong winds are working together like fuel. Even when one section of the fire is contained, another can suddenly ignite, forcing crews to move all over again. This is why countries across Europe have sent aircraft, firefighters, and emergency teams to help. When one wildfire reaches this scale, it becomes an international response, not just a local emergency. Follow TNU as we'll continue tracking every major update as this wildfire emergency develops.
Spain say one person has died in a separate fire near the city of Valencia in the east of the country. And the authorities say a blaze near...
Raging infernos across southern Europe have triggered one of the largest emergency evacuations in recent history. Over 270,000 residents were forced to leave everything behind as flames engulfed entire towns. Emergency crews are working around the clock under extreme heat conditions.
It's not hard to understand why these wildfires have spread.
They're said to be the most severe. High temperatures and shifting winds are frustrating containment efforts. Displaced families are seeking refuge in temporary shelters as smoke covers the sky. Experts warn that climate conditions could worsen the blazes before relief arrives.
Everything, and then let's see who helps you. Nobody helps you.
While wildfires are, millions across the region remain on high alert as rescue ops expand. Drop your thoughts below and subscribe for live disaster coverage.
It's the climate emergency, because science is telling us the temperatures are going to get more intense, are going to get worse.
Military reinforcement forces are stepping in to assist overwhelmed regional response units. International aid teams are mobilizing to assist localized emergency response teams. Transportation networks remain heavily disrupted across major regional highways. Authorities continue urging residents in risk zones to evacuate without delay. How should governments handle extreme weather events like this? Comment below and follow for updates.
Man, that looks horrifying over there. Woo! I tell you what, the Most High ain't playing. He ain't playing. I mean, I've seen some bad fires. I've been looking at some of the footage for the last day, and man, what you see over there is horrible. Horrible. Even they have to admit this one is so bad that, you know, they're calling it a historic fire because they never had one this bad. This one tops any one they have had in the past. So, you know, all I got to say is my Israelite brothers and sisters that are over there, I pray you are all safe and nowhere near this fire. I tell you what, so far I haven't seen many melanated people when they show the clips, except for the one guy in the beginning. But normally, you know, I have not seen a lot of our people. So I hope that's an indicator that they're not being badly impacted by this thing. So yeah, Canada, Europe, Spain, and also the UK. The UK as well. I was looking at the news early this morning and they said Wales is on fire. Is it? Yeah, well, we were supposed to get rain for the next few upcoming days. Right now, I don't see anything going on right now. It's cloudy. Yeah, well, I tell you what, they had sundown towns. They're probably going to be all burnt up. They had sundown towns over there. Yeah, you know, Wales. That I heard Wales is on fire. There's a major fire over there. No, not the whales out in nature. No, those aren't on fire. They're still in the ocean and hopefully doing just fine. Yeah, well, the heat wave is still ongoing. They said it's not even going to break until the beginning of August. So, and we don't know what that means. It doesn't mean it's going to be the first day of August. It could be the first several days in August. It's supposed to break. Oh yeah, it's bad all over the planet. The planet is just, it's crazy right now out there. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude, and I want to thank, is that Shantez Davis Sr. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lisa, for the wildfire update. Burn, Nabisco's burn, as Shabaka was saying. What are your thoughts, Lady Chen? And here comes Emily.
Sorry about that. I was on mute. Sorry about that. What I think, fuck, man. This would be that one time I actually would agree with her. This is some karmic shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, well, you know, the French. You know, I mean, this is that one time I'd be like, man, this does seem like some ancestral shit going on right here. Like, but I was like, goddamn, creating your own weather. That sounds like some Nabisco fucking thought process right there. You know, they do play with the fucking weather. Yeah, the weather, the sun, the fucking moon. You know, you can't help but play with shit. So, and this is the outcome that happens when you play with the earth.
Yeah,
you know, the earth don't play. It's like, now, yeah, we're done with all that. We done with generations of that. Yeah, burned down. Like, you know, sadly, fire is a fucked up way to lose all your shit. So, and your house and everything. Fuck, fire is, you know, I live in a fire sign. It's dangerous. So, you know, and plus not only that, but then you got the sun too playing over there in France with everybody's life, just killing people randomly. I mean, like a lot of dead people out there. It just they can't even get their bodies you know, to the service their bodies to, you know, to the proper place bodies go. So I mean, that's I don't know, man. Like, I wish fire on nobody, you know. Fire is like a tornado, you know, like it's the kind of things you just flooding. It's like natural disasters. However, that shit looks devastating. That's all I gotta say about that. You know what I mean? It's an ugly way to lose everything. Jesse, I got like one more in me, and then I gotta go.
Okay. Well, the next one is why Black Americans hate the Congressional Black Caucus. So our brother Water God TV gonna give us an update on that.
There are a lot of black people who are out here supporting Trump. You cannot tell me
or Jimbo
that his policies are good for Black Americans. Are they? So why are Black?
And they always come at us with Trump. What are you doing? What about your policies? Sell us on your policies. It's like their policies don't even make sense to where they gotta say, they just talking about black people that vote for Trump. They can't even speak to people who want to see, what are you doing for us?
Might have to drop a dime on them.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back on this video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understand the self. So in this video, y'all, we are going over the dismantle and the destruction of the Congressional Black Caucus. It's over with, finally. Y'all know I did a lot of videos on this channel about we are sick of the Black Caucus. They don't do nothing. They work for other cultures. They don't work for us. They never did anything. And now we seeing that Nancy Grace has been very vocal on canceling all of the caucus. Now, she named specifically the Black Congressional Caucus, the Hispanic Caucus, and the Asian Pacific Caucus, which is it's like all of this came after the Black Caucus. So the Black Caucus was down with just diluting our own organization that we had to help us with our problems to now just, giving everybody a caucus. They got a Caribbean caucus. They got over 200 groups and organizations that's linked to these caucus that does who knows what. They haven't been doing anything for us. All the money that they've been getting. I went over stats with y'all to show y'all that the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation gets money, okay, donations from other big companies, big businesses, okay, and it's to give people scholarships, but it's basically just to keep this Black that don't do nothing for the community going on. It's to fund this, and this is why we've had so many Black people in politics that we don't even know them for doing anything impactful. They give them little things to do or anything, but we don't know nobody besides when the Black Panther Party and before then, the organizations that was happening, before the Civil Rights Movement, we have seen zero, nothing. We're all for them just tearing the Black Caucus down and stop having Black people using Black people to gain motion and traction on legislation.
We're gonna need y'all Democrat puppet shields and politicians to stop talking to us about losing representation. We don't give a damn about y'all losing y'all seats. We don't give a damn about y'all being Black. Y'all haven't done nothing for us, man. We over that all that identity politics, man, that's over with. That's a wrap. That game is done being played. You got a few people that still hold on to that, but they gonna catch on and realize y'all the biggest enemy. Man, when we seen how y'all advocated for immigrants over your constituents, over people that can actually go to the polls and vote for you, and every time we talk about something, y'all give us excuses, talk to us like we children, talk to us like we don't deserve anything, talk to us like you can't do anything specifically for the people that you asking to come out and vote. Fuck y'all. We don't give a damn about y'all. The Supreme Court decision, man, we don't give a damn. That ain't affecting us. That just means that you do not have an easy pathway back to Washington, D.C., which has absolutely nothing to do with us. Why should we care? Y'all don't care about our plight. Y'all don't care about our struggle. Y'all haven't delivered anything. Man, I can't wait to see how many y'all gonna lose y'all seats. If it was up to me, I would dismantle the whole Congressional Black Caucus. That is a useless organization. They're a do-nothing organization. And all y'all that take money from AIPAC should be dismissed any goddamn way.
Okay, now taking money from AIPAC, we know that AIPAC funds the right and the left. And we got people on both sides. Okay, we see with Officer Tatum and we see with the Democrats. It's still, we don't see much structure from people that look like us when they're in politics. Even for the little influencers that, push for these politics, we don't see the care or trying to get us going on the right path. What we seen before in the 60s, the Black Wall Street, and how we was able to move until, that Dr. Martin Luther King and that integration came in. But listen to how the Republicans feel too on feeling the pressure on saying Black people getting out of politics and on the right, on the Republican side.
There's been a lot of talk how there won't be any Black Republican members in the new term. Yeah. What do you make of that?
Nothing. I don't understand how that's relevant.
Is there a problem like recruitment, or
I don't think it's a problem with anything. I'm not here because I'm Black. I am here because I'm qualified representative for Congressional District 38, and the American people choose who they want to choose. Yeah. And the one thing I don't want to get into is this game of race bait all day, every day. If there's 4, if there's 10, if there's none, what we are talking about is who is the best person that is best qualified to fill a seat, regardless of the way that they look. And I tell people this all the time till I'm blue in the face. I represent a white majority district that President Trump would have won by over 20 points, and I won by 25 points the last time I ran. I'm being judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. I don't care how many Black people are here. I want the most qualified people that are here.
And
thank you.
Oh, got it. Thank you, Harrison.
All right, so here's a little clip of the Congressional Caucus, the head himself, okay? Speaking in how delusional he is to what's really going on how everyone feels about the Black Caucus. Check it out.
There are a lot of black people who are out here supporting Trump. You cannot tell me that his policies are good for Black Americans. Are they? So
I guess. And they always come at us with Trump. What are you doing? What about your policies? Sell us on your policies. It's like their policies don't even make sense to where they gotta say, they just talking about black people that vote for Trump. They can't even speak to people who want to see, what are you doing for us? It's like they want to put us in this battle of Trump and the Democrats. Speak on what you're doing for us.
Black people supporting him.
It might be because the Democratic Party hasn't delivered. Like, it might be because the leaders of investment and neoliberal democratic politics has not changed their communities, right? Like,
that's exactly what it is. That's why we got people trying to they're like, yo, we got to try something. You keep, if you keep trying something that you know ain't working, this is why you got people doing that. And they understand that it's just their time is up right now, family. It's over with. They can't sell this no more. Even Roland Martin is switching his tune. All of these content influencers are switching their tunes now because they know, you're looking stupid by just saying Democrat, vote blue no matter who.
Couldn't they be voting not just for Republicans, but against Democrats?
Well, don't vote at all. Isn't that what you said?
I guess I wanted to say that I feel like when we talk to a lot of the Democratic base, we hear a desire for accountability from their own leadership. A leadership they feel like has not delivered. A leadership they feel like made some political stumbles for Donald Trump to return. I guess I was asking, do you share any of that?
No, I
feel
don't.
that no? And you're saying no.
I'm saying no. I'm saying that's what you said. They don't tell me that. Why?
They don't tell you that?
Why are my constituents telling you stuff they won't tell me?
I guess I find it a little hard to believe that you haven't heard the Democrats say they're mad at their own party leadership right now. That feels pervasive. We just saw Adriano Espaillat lose in New York. We just saw the incumbent win in Colorado.
Yeah.
You have a Democratic Socialist line candidate leading in the Wisconsin governor's primary. Those things feel like an evidence of a Democratic Party base who is searching for something different. Do you think that's true?
Well, it all depends on why. I mean, where are they getting their messages from? I just think that a lot of it has to do with whoever the nominee is or whoever the candidate is and whether or not they do a good job of campaigning. Yeah,
You're saying it's up to the individual candidate.
Absolutely.
All right, so here's what some of, the YTs are feeling about the Black Caucus. Okay, they already see, it's kind of like a Black Lives Matter, but a real political organization that just uses the name of Black people and Black people's pain and trauma to throw that into politics to get us to vote. But check this out. I want to know what y'all think.
They watched Black Democrats and all Democrats, and actually was created by the progressive, right out of Woodrow Wilson's time. They watched while Black America, which is parity, we've discussed this before, intact families, dads at home, rising economically, ownership growing, and they watched while their own political leaders, while their communities were bulldozed, and then they were forced people into these crap hole apartment complexes that were just dens of murder and crime and destruction of the family.
The people who made Rap Brown, Stokely Carmichael, Malcolm X, that was the popular, like Tom Wolfe said, the Mau Mau crowd, the Upper West Side. And they thought that Martin Luther King and Ralph Abernathy.
Exactly. You see them other people, the first one he named, the Carmichaels, the Rap Browns, shout out to Black Panther Party, Malcolm X. The Black Caucus and the Democrats, they are the opposite of those people. We're seeing that now. They have nothing to do with those kind of people that really have action and they're really about steps that's going to get the community uplifted. But none of these new politicians, we haven't seen the Barack Obamas, Jesse Jack, any of them. They can't even, be in the same sentence as some of the greats.
And all those guys were fuddy-duddies, stick in the mud. And those people had grown up with stable Black communities where the abortion rate, the divorce rate, the marriage rate, home ownership were not that much different than middle-class whites.
But Condoleezza Rice, for example.
Condoleezza Rice is a perfect example of somebody's who came from a very successful family, very stable, and race was incidental, not essential, as in her career as far as career advancement. So, but they wanted, the white idea was, we're going to tell you what to do, and here's what's good for you. The $64,000 question is this: to what degree did they know that those policies of pouring $20 trillion into the Black communities and basically telling them that you don't have to worry about getting to college because we're going to give you 250 points on the SAT? Oh my God. Well, he got into Harvard, but he can't do what my son does at Harvard because he really did 250 points lower in the SAT. Or, oh my God, I really like the idea of defund the police. I love the idea of no cash bail, but I saw that suspicious guy in my neighborhood and I don't want to be around him. Kind of like Jesse Jackson saying, when I hear steps, I look around and I'm relieved it's not a Black teenager. Well, you created the Black teenager.
Yeah.
So
take a bow, Democrats.
Yeah, they created him.
They know they wanted that prison industrial. This is what APEC sending them that money, is to keep us into the situation of where we are filling in the prisons. That's what they're trying to do, have control to keep this going. And we understand the play right now. We're not trying to fill up your prisons no more.
And now they're going, the Greeks would call it hubris, and that draws the attention of nemesis, and you end up with ate, or destruction. And that's what's going to happen to them, I think, unless somebody gets,
No, y'all, it's over with for the Congressional Black Caucus. Even if, it wasn't all of this, they didn't have any more power over Black people no more. We're not listening to them because, you got to have some substance. You got to have some real wins. They don't have no wins. So it's like only a matter of time. This is how the YT do you. They just use you up until you have no impact, and then they get rid of you. So we got to now look at any other sources, because they know that, man, we done used up the Black people and the Black face so much that it's not going to work anymore just putting a Black person up there and saying all the things that we wanted to say. So now they're getting to these influencers, these content creators, somebody like Officer Tatum, Antoine Daniels. They're going to get some of these guys and make these guys more political, but from a entertainment perspective. Because Black politicians, y'all don't got it, bro. Y'all are paid not to do it. So it's not even that you don't got it. So, but I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section, man. I will catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results.
Oh, you gotta go. That's right.
Yeah, well, what's this all about?
So it's about Haitians getting deported.
About who getting deported?
The Haitians.
Oh, you sound tired as hell. I was gonna go because it'd been here for like 5 hours. Let's go. My thoughts on the last one. You know, the legacy people that have been there long, you know, and, they gotta go, you know, period. But they haven't done shit, so you know they really should go. I mean, nothing's really stuck in it or been affected. And we're not on that being black for a candidate. It's kind of out the door now. Now we're about policy, so you know it's pretty much important. You sound tired.
I kind of am, but it's gonna be
the last topic.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stick with the last topic. Okay.
You sure? If you gotta go, you can go.
Well, this is the last topic because you shut it down, right?
I don't want to, but I might have to because it's already almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Shut it down now, then, or get this one out the way so you can do that. I got stuff I'm doing today later on this afternoon.
All right, bet.
All right.
For yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. You know, this is the week ICE starts raiding Haitians all over the country, wherever they are. And we know the biggest population is down there in Florida. Another big location is Springfield, Ohio. So it really don't matter where they are. You know, it's really strange. I have the first video that I'm going to show you is a guy that, you know, one of the big things they're doing online is saying, oh, well, ICE is going to get, you know, you Black Americans too, because how can you tell the difference between, you know, Haitians and Africans and Black Americans? Look, y'all, even white people have been on videos saying they can tell the difference. They can tell the difference. Many people can tell the difference. First of all, African, their facial features are so different from ours. And what are y'all going to do about your accents? You know? And it's not, another reason why it's not hard to tell is because y'all tend to, and I noticed this about all immigrants, y'all tend to group up together. So you're easy to get. All they got to do is raid one neighborhood and grab up hundreds of you at once, because y'all just live and group all together. Where, you know, somebody like us, we're spread out all over the country, but y'all like to live in, you know, big groups in certain locations. Y'all don't spread out like we do. And your facial features are different. They really, truly are. But for some reason, and I've heard many Africans say this, how are they going to know the difference between us and you? Y'all don't even look like us. Y'all don't even look like us. Wow. So, yeah, they said in Springfield, Ohio, the streets are practically a ghost town. Many of the Haitians are either staying in or they already fled out of there. But they're noticing a decrease in the amount of Haitians going into markets and being out and about because they're scared. They're scared. They don't want to be grabbed up by ICE. And most of all, these folks don't want to go home. They don't want to go home. Mm-mm. And that's what I notice about all of them. It don't matter if it's the Latinos, the Caribbeans, the Africans. Once they make it here, they do not want to go home. Mm-mm. Not at all. But TPS has ran out. And now they're going to start getting y'all out of here. And I believe they've already began because it was supposed to start this week. If they're saying they're starting, they've already begun. For real. Yeah, and you know, we already seen what their homelands look like. They're slummy. I mean, even in Latin America, those places look real slummy. And yeah, and you know, when they come to a place like this, no, hell no, they don't want to leave. You know, so hey, it is what it is. They have to go. Donald Trump got rid of their temporary protection through the Supreme Court. So y'all don't have that protection anymore. So y'all can be grabbed up and deported at any time. You know, in a time like this, maybe, you know, many would be better off just doing a self-deportation. Donald Trump has offered money for those of you that will do it on your own. I'm just saying. All right, let me go ahead. Yeah, they're running into Canada too, but you know, Canada is very expensive to live there. It's not cheap to be in Canada, and Canada don't give them all of the debit cards and money and EBT that they get here. They ain't getting none of that mess up in Canada. Canada ain't playing that mess. All right. Let me share my screen. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
CBS News is reporting that ICE is apparently about to start targeting Haitian migrants in Ohio. So that means Black people are about to start getting arrested and disappeared by ICE. I guarantee it. They're not going to be able to tell the difference between like an American citizen and a Haitian migrant that has, you know, came over because of TPS, because they not only don't care, but they're also racist. A bunch of these people are straight up racist, and they're being sent out to go wrangle up a group of Black people in Ohio. That is not a good recipe, and they are going to target Black people across the board. Like me, I'm a, I guess, stereotypical Haitian, right? I have a stereotypical Haitian face. Most people cannot tell, oh, you Haitian or you this, you that. No one can tell at all. No one has been able to tell my entire life. Only other Haitians can tell. Like, swear to God, right? A Black American might guess, oh, are you from Nigeria? Are you from this, that, and the third? Like, they'll say all of those things without saying Haiti. Same with a white person, same with, you know, anyone else. So just know Black people are going to be targeted, including Black Americans.
Immigrants from Haiti are the next targets of President Trump's mass deportation campaign. ICE is planning to ramp up operations across the country to identify, arrest, and deport Haitian immigrants who are suspected of being in the country illegally as early as this week. That is according to sources at ICE, but also internal documents that we obtained. And this comes as more than 300,000 Haitian immigrants are bracing and preparing to lose their legal protections under the TPS, or Temporary Protective Status policy. The Supreme Court ruling paving the way for that TPS policy to be terminated takes effect tomorrow. And the documents we obtained indicate that Ohio is one of the states that ICE is potentially planning to target as part of this operation. That state is, of course, home to large communities of Haitian immigrants, including in the city of Springfield, where Haitian immigrants were falsely accused, including by President Trump, of eating cats and dogs.
Hundreds of thousands of Haitians are waking up today to a new reality. Temporary protected status, or TPS, has officially expired after the Supreme Court cleared the way for the Trump administration to end that program. That means that roughly 350,000 Haitians who relied on those protections could now face deportation if they don't have another legal status. And nowhere is expected to feel that impact more than here in Florida, where more than half of all Haitian TPS holders live, with large populations also in New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Georgia, and Indiana. TPS was first granted to Haitians after the devastating 2010 earthquake. It allowed people already in the U.S. to legally live and work here while Haiti recovered. Those protections were extended several times over the years, but the Trump administration argued that TPS was never meant to be permanent. Border Czar Tom Homan is defending the administration's stance, saying conditions in Haiti have improved enough to end that program. But the State Department still advises Americans not to travel there because of widespread gang violence, kidnappings, and political instability. Now, advocates argue that Haiti still qualifies for temporary protected status and warn that ending it could separate families and disrupt industries that rely on Haitian workers. Meanwhile, Haitian officials tell the Miami Herald they've been asked by U.S. authorities to prepare for 2 deportation flights a week as those protections officially expire.
While we're trying to avoid the physical jail, we're in a psychological jail. It's like a catch-22 for us.
The Haitian community here in Springfield is in paralysis right now, sheltering in place at home after TPS expired, fearful of an impending ICE raid from the Trump administration. And while there's a vast psychological toll being put on the community right now, there's also an economic toll. I want to show you this Haitian supermarket right here in Springfield. As you can see right there, there is the Haitian flag right over there. And typically you would see this supermarket bustling, people coming in and out, buying goods like eggs, like cheese, like milk, their everyday goods. Instead, we have been here all day. Instead, we have seen no one walk in and out of this supermarket. People afraid to leave their homes, people afraid to run their errands, to live their everyday life, as this Trump administration threatens yet another raid.
CBS News is reporting that ICE is preparing to ramp up arrests and deportations of Haitian migrants as their temporary protected status is set to expire. According to CBS News, internal documents and agency sources say ICE could target Haitian communities in Ohio, including Springfield, with operations possibly starting as soon as this week. More than 300,000 Haitians are set to lose their legal status after the Supreme Court sided last month with the Trump administration to end the temporary protected status program for Haitians and Syrians. The Department of Homeland Security tells CBS News that it does not discuss, quote, ongoing or future operations, but says those losing status should consider self-deporting.
I have workers that are impacted by TPS. They're gone. They're not working.
Wilkinson Séjour owns Chef Creole. The restaurant has 7 locations, including Little Haiti and the airport. Even before TPS officially ended Monday, customers have slowly stopped showing up, and some of his workers already quit. The suspension of TPS impacts more than 300,000 people and their families. South Florida has one of the largest communities in the U.S. ICE is expected to step up enforcement with large-scale raids. Other industries are impacted as well, including healthcare and education. Broward County Public Schools says they're going to have to fire some workers.
They are across the organization. They're teachers, they're bus drivers, they're facility workers.
We spoke to a mother in her 40s who has 5 children here in the U.S. She is so scared she didn't want to show her face. She's also scared of being deported. She tells us the anxiety is intense. Her immigrant advocate translated for us.
We're all living in fear, even the children.
America isn't the only country deporting Haitians. Like, this is the DR. Look how they have this Haitian man face down, feet up. This is some type of ankle or some type of hog tie they have this man in. I never seen nothing like this before in my life. But this is moped expressed by the Dominican ICE agents deporting him back next door. They're like,
go home, Roger.
go home, Roger.
Go home, Roger.
Here you have, this is the Bahamas. The Bahamas just deported 60 plus Haitians back to Haiti. They entered the Bahamas illegally on a small boat. Now they're deporting them back to Haiti. 60 plus of them, all loading them up on this plane, and they're headed a direct flight back to Haiti. I know out of all these countries, I know the DR is not giving Haitians $2,600 to go back home. I know that the Bahamas, they're not giving them any money to go back home. They're just giving them transportation to return them back to their country, which they came from. There's nobody out there protesting, right? The United States have been pretty generous to these people, offering them the money to return home. No other country is doing that. I'm telling y'all, especially the Bahamas and the DR. They just want the Haitians out of here, as you can see. Anyway, the quickest way, the fastest way, they just want them gone. But yeah, no protest is going on in neither of these countries, and these countries aren't offering any incentives to return home. But somehow America is the bad guy, y'all.
So in addition to fear, there's a lot of uncertainty.
Definitely so. Imagine that you are parents, you are father, you are mother, and you know that you won't be able to budget for your family. You won't be able to provide for your kids. And eventually you are afraid to be separated from your children. That should be a concern. And no, I always say that no human being should be facing that type of situation.
When you ask the Trump administration about the termination of TPS, they would tell us that patients like yourself can simply self-deport. What do you think about that?
It's easy to say, because most of the time, as long as it is okay for some of the folks, they don't care about other people. It's like, I think that this administration, they do not take time to understand that every human being should be treated with respect and dignity. And this is a very sad thing to do, to see a U.S. government has that type of approach. Because you know that the U.S. has been the champion of democracy, of justice. Now we don't know where we go. There is not even check and balance when it comes to power anymore.
All right. Well, it's not going to stop, you know. And I know I've said this before. Donald Trump said the ICE raids will go on for the entire time he is the sitting president. So it's not going away. And they're still grabbing up the Latinos. Okay. They are still getting snatched up all over the place. That has never stopped. So now the Haitians, and the fact that you can see they're not out and about like they used to be in Springfield, Ohio. Yeah, they're afraid. I'm sure it's probably less of them walking around up there in New York too. You know, it's only certain locations that they're big in, and those are going to be the heavy targets for ICE. So, hey, it is what it is. I hope that the ones that do get deported back, I hope you are safe. You know, Haiti don't really have a lot of laws. So, you know, that's why, if you remember the video of the woman that got deported from here, I think she had a criminal background. The first week she was in Haiti, she got raped. And said it was no point in calling the police because they don't do nothing about that in Haiti. They won't do nothing. They don't see that as a crime. Yeah, I know. I saw somebody put President Barbecue. Yeah, well, Barbecue was the one running the show over there. Right now, they don't even have a president. So, but you know what, y'all? Donald Trump and them know that country ain't safe. They just want these people out because, you know, they don't want all these melanated immigrants here. They don't want them here. And they know darn well Haiti is not safe for all of these people to return to. It's not. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And be on the lookout for my next upcoming live. And don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Okay, Jesse. Jesse.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine.
All right, I'm here.
All right, let's cut it off, guys. Thank you, everybody, for watching Line Blacc News. And yeah, I'm out. Just close it out.
Yeah. So thank you for tapping in season 6, episode 37, part 1 from Line Blacc News. Join us later on today for part 2. In the meantime, make sure y'all like to subscribe to all of our platforms on YouTube and Facebook. Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabbat Spokesman's Hands on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, and separations. Shane Clement and Lady Chase signing off from the Mile High Income. And Illegal Murder for the City. Shout out to everybody that tapped in. Shout out to those that peeked and didn't speak. And shout out to Michael for joining us. And Sister Bell for coming through. And whoever tapped in briefly.
Fresh.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Yes. Shout out to Fresh always. Yes. That's the one that donated. Okay. Shout out to Fresh always.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll see y'all for part 2 later. Peace.
Peace.